Okay, welcome everybody. Whoops, I think we've got a bit of an echo here. I'd like to call the meeting to order at exactly 9 a.m. And I can confirm we have full quorum, which is fantastic. And with that, I would ask Councillor Fitzgerald if you wouldn't mind reading the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzgerald. With that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, September 27th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none, we will move right along to agenda item number 5, which is our invited and ceremonial presentations. And indeed, we do have one. We have James Murphy and Kate Monk from Explorers Edge, RTO 12, here to provide us an update overview on Catalyst Housing Project Partnership. That would be so interesting. Well, I think it's really interesting. There we go. And here they are. And I think, Kate, you weren't planning on being here, so welcome. Over to you two. Thank you.
So good morning. That's working now? Oh. Well, thank you very much for having us here today. It's been a bit since I've been here in front of council, Save Muskoka, then the role with Explorers Edge, RTO 12. We've come a long way. So today is 10 minutes to give you a brief presentation, update, sort of background. I understand that Laura McDermott, your economic developer, is going to provide you with more information later this afternoon. But here is more or less before she gets into sort of her date on sort of a specific part of an overall project that we're doing. Today's an opportunity just to bring you up to speed with what we've been doing. We've come off the heels of a regional tourism summit last week, which we had over 100 attendees, where we moved forward new bylaws and presented our plans moving forward and brought on new directors. So we're very excited going into our 14th year, 14 years of clean audits, great governance, open and transparent organization. You can find all our information online. So, and there's lots online as well too. We've revamped our Explorers Edge website to have a lot of the plans, all of the plans and everything that we do on there as well. So today is to, like I said, to give you a background. Is it showing? So the regenerative tourism strategy, this came out of the pandemic as we rejigged our organization and looked for ways to support the industry. We've been through wildfires, floods, pandemic. So we really had to look at ways to support the community and the region that we are from. Just a background for those of you that are unaware, we're funded by the Ministry of Tourism, annual budget of about $1.1 million. Give or take, and we have pillars that we commit to before receiving provincial funding. That includes workforce development, product development, marketing, partnerships, governance, so on and so forth. So those are the pillars that we do. The elephant in the room right now, if not the room, is workforce development. I'm sure you've been around the table talking about it. Surely we have at organization level, provincial level, and as well as at the federal level. What makes us unique is that we have a solution that we are embarking on to solve this challenge and to ensure that we have a vibrant tourism industry, because it is the biggest industry. So the regenerative tourism strategy, like I said, the pandemic offered an opportunity to reconsider how we do businesses. We need to go beyond sustainability to a regenerative approach. And this was established in 2022. Our mission, steward the regional industry recovery, rebuild, and renewal by developing innovative regenerative programs to ensure long-term sustainability and success for all the stakeholders. I've used the word ecosystem a few times. Every industry in the region is somewhat touched by tourism in one way or another. Our definition of regenerative, Canadian Tourism Commission, and at the national level, everybody's coming up with definitions of regenerative. But our definition is constantly create and nurture the conditions for people, economies, and natural landscapes to continuously thrive through the business of tourism. I believe in some of your presentations to council, there's terms for what organizations are, destination marketing organizations, you have chambers and BIAs. We are a bona fide destination development organization because we do more than just marketing. And as I said from the pillars, we touch on different areas. And in this case, in our business operational plan now, the emphasis this year and going forward is workforce development. We still have a strong marketing machine, product development machine. We've got already 23 partnerships in the queue for this year where we support events and organizations and plans. But workforce is the elephant in the room. So the work that we do, you'll see a lot of charts online, and we have charts sort of to guide our work. But the community-centric approach, you'll see the circle in the, I won't take a lot of time on these, but the circle in the middle is really emphasize the community stakeholders. And then outside the circle is intended outcomes of the regenerative community-centric approach. A lot of our regenerative activities, what those outcomes look like. So certainly we have our plans and we have outcomes set aside which we want to achieve. The other graph you'll see there, the product development framework, this is nothing new to us. It's been amped up in the last few years as an outcome of the pandemic, but we've already had our since 2018, since the product development framework was established internally and we presented it, workforce was an issue. It's been brought more to the forefront, especially in the tourism arena, because of the sort of low-paying jobs and the stigma it received during the pandemic of tourism. And, quite frankly, when a minister gets the tourism portfolio, it's often said, no, it's a demotion. They've been demoted to this portfolio, which rubs me the wrong way because tourism is sort of the backbone of economic development and a lot of rural communities depend on it. So this was identified. So part of our work over this getting into workforce development is that we, much like yourselves, sit on many committees, but we want our work guided by empirical data. So we've developed the regional data hub on our website that has a lot of different surveys and information pertaining to what's going on. I'm going to touch on two surveys that we did. We surveyed employees and employers with regards to the workforce challenge and what would needed to overcome it. So workforce is the number one issue. This you'll see on the screen as we interviewed employers to get feedback, and availability of potential employees in the region is the top factor affecting the ability to hire employees. Affordable housing, the number of people want to work in my specific type of business, but you'll see lower down that the level of remuneration the employer is able to offer wasn't the top thing. So it wasn't pay, it was other areas. The second survey we did, and there's lots more data on this on the website, but I'm just moving forward at a quick pace here to touch on the relevant issues. We then, working with Environics, looked at employees and the issues facing employees. And only 54% of current employees said they earn a living wage, and 46% of current employees would recommend a job in the regional tourism sector. So we start to identify some challenges facing us. Many of us know already, but it's great to have the empirical data and say, this is what's coming out of it. The other challenge, the issue, because the employees that we interviewed weren't just from the region, they were outside. And a quarter of the respondents say barely a quarter of respondents say they would relocate for a tourism job. So bringing employees from outside the region in didn't look that great because they said they wouldn't relocate here for a job in tourism. So some issues coming up. nothing to raise alarm bells, but also more or less to offer us, what's going on. So a well-defined problem is a solution half solved. So we've very well defined the problem. And so taking another step back, drilling down why we're here today, we looked at very high level some of the issues affecting, how many jobs that we needed to fill. And I'll get to that in a moment. So the solution we have in place after, a year, more than a year of looking at the data, because that research was done in 2022, was what we call work integrated catalyst housing, where we train, house, and incentivize and partner. We call it catalyst housing, but really the crux of it is to solve the workforce problem, and housing is just a component of it. Lots going on in this graph. It's a lot of moving parts, as you well know, a lot of silos to bring together to make sure this comes to fruition. But we're well on our way. So training people, we've done the Big Applause Awards. We want to reverse the negative perception of tourism as a viable career. So getting into the high schools and the high school programs, build the workforce from within the community, and value-added program in addition to wages, because it's not just about the wages. The workforce infrastructure strategy also includes not just training people, but in speaking to our stakeholders, the business owners, there's an opportunity for business incubation. In Huntsville, this has been done before with Rory Golden, the chef at Deerhurst Resort. Beat the Wheat and Belly Ice Cream were two businesses that were incubated out of Deerhurst. But also the other part of it is succession planning. Many of the business owners, when they go to sell their business, they don't necessarily own the infrastructure, but there's a great deal of decades of knowledge there. And how do we pass that on, and how do we keep that within the community and the region? Part of the workforce infrastructure strategy and training people is bringing them to the region and teaching them life skills, financial literacy, and moving them along the housing continuum. So a component of it is housing, but at the end of the day, it's are they better off to get a mortgage, or they lower the mortgage risk going out on their own when they're done. It's not just coming up here and having them work, but it's moving them along the housing continuum and teaching them life skills. Part of this is to house people. Part of the strategy is to bring them in and house them, so lessen the burden of rent for fixed period to allow for career and life advancement. We will get into the market of building housing as we move along this project, and we'll do so with donations, impact investors, and issuing community bonds. Nothing new for a non-for-profit organization to do. It's been done before, but it's applying these learnings that others have done. For instance, we were in Peterborough learning from several organizations there on how they've done it and how they succeeded with housing models. So on that note, social enterprise, working with additional sectors. So it's not just about tourism. Tourism's the catalyst. We also work with MOAT to help attract doctors to the region, sharing our knowledge with them as well too. And doctors and even the building trades are facing the same problems we're facing: lower paid jobs. But for the doctors, for instance, they're coming out of school with a large amount of debt. So how can we make this program not just for tourism, but also for other sectors within the region? And lastly, reward. As you well know, our voucher programs we've done for quite some time. We've actually taken the learnings from the voucher program and helped other organizations like the HMAT in Huntsville. We've done a lot of the heavy lifting to ensure their success and economic impact for Huntsville with regards to voucher programs. And we take these learnings now and apply them to individuals that are in the Catalyst housing programs, reward them for the work that they've done and the learnings that they do within the region. And partner. Part of being here today is partnering with the town and with your economic development officer to sort of start to drill down to what's needed in this specific area. The program that I've just ran through very quickly, and I haven't done a lot of justice because there's a lot of moving parts, needs to be piloted in one specific area and then taken and applied to different areas within the region. For your information, we cover Port Loring, Restoule, South Algonquin, Parry Sound, Muskoka, Algonquin Park. And sort of the model needs to be applicable to different areas. So the start of the process is understanding what the challenges are. We know from a regional level that there's 1,300 full-time positions and 4,600 part-time positions. So now it's time to go into the specific sub-regions within the area, drill down, find just exactly what's needed in more detail, granular detail, so we can start to flesh out what housing looks like, what the training programs look like, and what the needs look like, not just for tourism, but for the industry as a whole. In some sub-regions, anecdotally, we've heard, you know, they need firefighters. In some sub-regions we've heard that, you know, they need doctors or personal support workers. So how does this model, not just for tourism, but impact the community as a whole? Because it would be a shame just to do it for one sector and not bring in everybody. And that's the whole crux of a regional centric, you know, regenerative strategy. So Lauren's going to touch base with you later this afternoon. I've gone over my 10 minutes, so I'll just wrap it up. But sort of the next steps in the strategy is to pilot our solution within a small subregion of Explorers Edge. We've done the foundational framework. It's scalable across the region, but the first step is to determine the actual tourism and hospitality labor gap. So we have it high level for the region. Leverage economic development teams' outreach capability to survey operators. We're here because, you know, Lauren's been with us working on this for about 5 months now. She's interested in it, she's passionate about it, and plus sort of the economy within Huntsville. You know, we have Deerhurst Resort, you have very much impact for tourism, plays an important role to piloting this as well. So determine the potential housing requirements for the Catalyst Housing Project by concentrating on localized needs and developing localized training and housing with specific partners. So that's where we are right now. And I understand that Lauren does have an update for you this afternoon in more detail.
James, thank you very much, and Kate, thank you for being here because you'll be part of the Q&A for sure. I just want to say how excited I am when I hear this, and you're absolutely right. Lauren does have a report to present to council in whenever we get to it this afternoon. And I think it's really exciting. I look at a couple of other people in the audience who I'm sure, Hannah Lynn from the YW and others who probably look at something like this and think, okay, where do we fit in that, I suspect, just because it's that integrated approach and looking at not one issue, but all of the issues together, and really exciting from my perspective. It reminds me of a study that was done for the district by Tom Zizes on the labor force strategy. And one of the recommendations out of that report was looking within as to our own labor force and doing exactly what you're recommending in your report today. So it's really consistent with some of what we've heard before. With that, I will open it up to questions. Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to James and to Kate. Thank you so much for the presentation. I get very excited about hearing about this as well. I guess a comment and a question. My comment would be that it's I'm glad that you've chosen Huntsville as the pilot project. I think you stated yourself that there's lots of tourism aspects in Huntsville, but this would be the pilot project here. My question is, you had mentioned that there's both external influences or external training that you may do to bring people to our community, but also there's the local component, so training through high schools, through things that are happening here in town. Which one of those two are more important, do you feel, like the bringing people to Muskoka or to Huntsville to deal with this, or training our local youth to continue on our sustainability? Would one be more important than the other?
Yeah.
That go on? Thank you for your question. So this is a regenerative-centric approach. And to James's last comment, that means we start from within. We do have a compounded problem in that you saw in the data very quickly there that only 20% of people are going to move for a job in tourism. And that's got many macro things around that. So you start for certain with the high schools, and we have started. We're working with 2 district school boards. We have the Near North District School Board and the local school board. And those programs are quite exciting, particularly in Parry Sound. Just as an example, they have a living school program where they take the students for a PSW program right into a long-term care. They went to the town of Parry Sound and said, what are your labor gaps? and the town or somebody said it's PSWs for long-term care. They created the education program out of the high school into work. The kids go to the school at grade 11, 12, right, in the morning, and then go immediately upstairs to apply their knowledge. So theory to practical application right away. This program extends to adult education students and can be a dual credit with colleges. So that type of program and nurturing out of the pathways programs and that they have, and certainly we've been working with the representatives from the school board. The chap who's in charge of it now, last year was in charge of the culinary program at the Huntsville High School, so he's on the pathways team. The thing is, Ms. Lynn is here, and you can bet we've been speaking to her. I just emailed her last night, so I take that as a sign that she's sitting behind us. The fact of the matter is you must do that localized assessment to see who is underemployed, who is unemployed. There's community living we can work with, right? There are all these assets within the community. And for tourism in particular, 60% of the people who work in the tourism industry here in these entry-level positions are women. So who are going to be the partners to build that program for the training? Ms. Lynn has a lot of training already. Can we work with the Perro Center out of North Bay that does entrepreneurship for women? What are the strains of business that we can teach them? A career in tourism with general education around revenue management, customer service, all these things. But then who wants to think about business incubation, right? Out of the general population within our community. That's a pretty big interest, you know, to learn business through working with a mentor in that capacity, and then to have another partner, perhaps Community Futures, sitting at the end with some particular assistance to get your business going. We've been talking to them. And then the succession one is a particular piece as well, because a lot of the tourism small business owners may not own the bricks and mortar, and they're having a hard time selling that business. So we have to have some transition that we can elevate new people into a business while ensuring that people can exit business as well. So this requires looking at what is the current training available? What do we need to who do we need to partner with? There's the Ontario Tourism Education Centre. They provide specific programs. And then what micro-credentials do we need to create working with people like Rory Golden, right? Deerhurst and this type of thing, but also all the small businesses. There are a lot of enthusiastic people in Huntsville to have the owners transfer their knowledge. And that is a covenant that we're asking owners to make as well. We're going to get you the labor force. We're going to offset the costs of developing by asking for the community's assistance, and we ask that you come to the table with your knowledge, which is invaluable to doing the training. So it does depend on the, so I beg your pardon, Your Worship.
Okay.
It does depend on, this is why the sort of granular assessment of what are the needs here, what are the opportunities here, who can be best served. If the program isn't as well developed at the high school yet, then we move on to can we develop working with the YWCA or this type of thing. So it'll differ wherever you are.
Thank you for that. And actually, Ms. Lynn is here because she is also doing a deputation today.
I'll be sticking around for that.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you, and thanks, James. That was great. So I'd like to talk, this is very high level. I'd like to kind of bring it down to the ground a little bit and talk about the money and the housing. Now, when we spoke the other day, you mentioned that the lack of housing doesn't really keep you up at night. So if you can just talk about how you're going to achieve some housing, and will you be providing rent subsidies to people to continue to work?
So the lack of housing does keep me up. The component of building housing doesn't keep me up. So just to clarify that. So the component of actually bricks and mortar, finding a piece of property or refurbishing a piece of property, which is done in other cases by issuing community bonds and so on and so forth, is doable. It doesn't seem like a problem in our eyes, because working with partners, we've had even private operators come forward and say, we have land, You know, so going that route and actually getting the bricks and mortar up doesn't keep me up at night. So the idea and of how this will work as we move forward is in turn for an individual working in the region for 2 years, we take the burden of rent off them. So we put them up in a condo, an apartment, someplace to live at a prorated rate of rent. So they're still paying rent, but it's not, as many of you know, probably heard the stories. I could go through many of your minutes. There's probably been presentations and updates with regards to what's now the market price for a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom. It's astronomical. How can anybody go into a job and concentrate on building their career when they're worrying about how to put food on the table and how to pay the rent? The other thing with this program, it's not just affordable housing, because in my opinion, and I'll leave it at that, just because you put up housing doesn't mean an individual in that housing is contributing to the economy, and doesn't necessarily mean that the community is holding their hand and seeing them through their daily lives. So this program, so offset the rent. We'll look at ways for revenue generation. We've been to other establishments where they have daycares within the complex. They have restaurants or catering businesses within the complex. They rent out part of the complex for a private business to come in. And in some cases, from our research going out and looking around, because we spent time on this, is also that part of the rooms within an apartment or a complex are rented at market rates. So you're offsetting it. So there's a mix to put into it, sort of to offset those rates for the individuals within the program. So you're in the program for 2 years, you work in the industry, because that's another thing, employers, you've probably talking to your constituents, your business people. They have individuals start out a business and they're writing a T4 slip or a slip within 2 weeks. They don't stick around for whatever reason. So build it, put them in there, offset their rent so they can concentrate on their career. And in doing so, we offer training programs, we offer mentorship, we offer the opportunity, to go out and meet with Rotarians for lunch or Probus members for lunch so they feel part of the community. So it's not just putting up a complex and putting them in there and saying you're working a low-paid tourism job. As Kate walked you through the work that we're doing with the Near North school boards and the school boards, as well as other universities and colleges, it's a part of a program to make them feel welcome, to hold their hand, to say you're part of this community. It's not just a low-paying job in tourism. And as I showed you on the slides, we will reward them. We will say, you applied your learnings, you're going above and beyond. Here's a reward for your hard work, and go forward. Did you have anything to add, Kate? And rent to own. So we're working with this as well too. What does this look like when they come out of it as well too? And we've been working with lawyers and our own organization to see what it looks like at the end of their 2 years. Do they continue on for another 2 years? Or do they enter into a rent to own and an entity backs their mortgage for that property? And again, regenerative, we build another and we keep moving forward. And these individuals, again, the difference from affordable housing in that we do need affordable housing for our communities and society, but this will be a vetted process for individuals coming into the program, because we do face somewhat NIMBYism as well too. Like, great, everybody wants housing, but in some cases it's not in our backyard. So not only will the people coming into the housing be vetted, but the places that they go to work will be vetted too, because I see the signs coming up into this being very inclusive, equity, fair. We want that as well too. We're not just going to send them out to a job that the employer is not vetted. So there's vetting, there's this hand holding, there's this offsetting the rent so that they can move forward in their career. So attract workers, develop professionals is the mantra.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I'm going to Councillor Fitzgerald next, and unless anybody has a burning question, it's just we're
always available. Lauren
Yeah,
knows where to get
that's
a hold
what I
of
was
us.
thinking,
Yeah.
and plus, we do have the report from Lauren
Okay.
a bit later, and she has been engaged, so I know she'll have all of the answers when we ask her, so, but Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks both James and Kate for being here. It's very informative. I'm curious about your community bond program. Maybe you can elaborate on that for me just a little bit.
Sure. Community bonds. We just had a regional tourism summit last week, and we've had the idea of community bonds for quite some time now. What we did was we stopped everything and made sure we got our house in order. The new Non-for-Profit Act was coming through. We need to look at sort of our articles of amendment and things like that. So we haven't issued community bonds yet. We got our house in order and we passed all the necessary bylaws at last week. So now we're here for the next steps, but also get our heads around the issuing of those bonds. But the issuing of the bonds will be a product of the housing. So we're not at the housing of the specific needs because we're here to do that next step in the research. But the community bonds, they've come up already, community bonds, and organizations are doing it. So once we find out, the price and what it looks like, we'll issue those bonds. Go ahead, Kate.
So community bonds are becoming more and more important as not-for-profits move over into social enterprise. Certainly, multiple levels of government are interested in this model to get outcomes, and therefore you see even social impact bonds where governments are backing the bonds. The thing about it is, when we started in 2018, they were kind of novel. Now there are major capital investment organizations that are taking everybody through this process and holding hands, and impact investors also throughout the community. The exponential increase in the number of people who want to contribute to their community through this. So it is a mix. I think it's not just the community bonds. There is the opportunity for impact investing and donations as well. But to James's earlier point, serving the bond and ensuring the return on the bond through social enterprise as well.
Just one last thing on that. I hear a lot of organizations say community bonds out in public, but they don't have they don't have the foundation to actually issue it. So we've been talking about it internally with our board, but this is our first chance. Sort of now it's video and in public that we are doing it. But we don't want to say we're doing a bond and not be able to hit the pavement running. So we spent the last year in doing that because we have a fiduciary board and everything needs to be set before you start using the word community bond, because it's a hot potato. And we've already had entities come forward and saying community bonds or donations, we're ready to be part of this project. And part of that is devil's in the details, the tax receipts, the implications. So, and there's non-for-profits and charities, and how do you do all that, or working with the municipality. So we've got all that in order, and this is our first moment to be out talking about a pilot project.
Just keep us apprised of any developments there, because the community at large needs to be aware of it. And
Yep.
Yeah, that's great work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you both. That was fantastic. Okay. All right, so we are moving to our first deputation, and Joyce Jonathan Crone, you are here, and you're number 1 from Hope Arises. And so I'll just turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, I can see myself. How lovely. Thank you so much, Mayor Alcott and the Town Council. I recognize you and feel welcome. So Nyawagoa, first of all, for wearing orange. And I do have an orange bracelet on. I'm coming off a week in Vancouver and then St. Andrew's College yesterday doing cultural competency education. So I feel like I've been just wearing this outfit for 2 weeks now. So on behalf of Hope Arises and our community partners, the town of Huntsville, as well as the Huntsville Library, we are pleased to accept a beautiful donation from Sandhill Nursery of a young birch tree. And I went out and picked out this specific little girl and believed that she was the one for us to bring forward today. And birch trees have a very significant background to Indigenous, specifically First Nations people. So that is why I chose a birch tree. And I've also learned that over time, as we all know, we're still learning, that our connection to the land and how it sustains life for us, and we should no longer, from Mother Earth, refer to nature as it. So she, our little birch, is a symbol of life and hope and trust. And she represents the lives of those lost, as we know, as we're leading into September 30th, and the hope of reconciliation for the future, for our town and beyond, and the trust and alliance that we have had and we continue to establish together as settlers and Indigenous people living in this community. And our ask is that she be named Hope and can be planted in a place of respect and honor with an eyesight for our community and tourists to be able to see and to be able to see her grow. She will grow. She does need to get into the ground, as Sandhill Nursery advised, before trees go through their life cycle. Otherwise, she will pass away. And the ask, as you know, is as part of not only the truth, but part of our new way of knowing, being, and doing, as you are all very aware as a town council. So with saying that, I would like to ask our mayor to symbolically, there is one ribbon there with the name of a child who passed away at a Canadian residential school. These are called the documented children, and there are undocumented children of those children who are still to be found over the next generations or years. So I would like to offer our mayor to symbolically place one ribbon on the tree.
Well, that was truly an honor. And Joyce, would you like to say something? One, I did ask you about, we're following up with our staff to figure out where we're planting hope, and I'm assuming River Mill Park, and that was the thought, and we'll do that. We have something already in play to do that, right? I think.
Thank you. Nyawagoa to everyone. That is thank you very much in my Mohawk language. And yes, it was suggested River Mill Park, but it was also suggested to wait until the plans were made for the new washrooms, if that what was happening. So I would love Hope to take priority over washrooms. So
Okay.
thank you so much.
Hope will definitely take priority
Thank
over
you.
washrooms.
Thank you very much.
You can count on that. And we will see you on Saturday morning.
Yes,
Right?
and as many of you can come, that would be awesome, 10:45 at the Minerva parking lot. And I also,
9:45?
9:45, sorry, 9:45, and
okay.
we leave at 10.
All
But
right.
also very quickly to say thank you so much for on the community flag to have the national survivor flag flying. And also, again, through the BIA, we've put up the gifts of the 7 grandfather flags on the flag poles downtown, the light posts. So Nyawagoa.
Joyce, thank you for everything you are doing.
Thank you.
Okay, So with that, we are moving to item 6.2. Karina Beatty is here to do a verbal update for us with regard to the original road allowance closure, 4063 Ravenscliff Road. Karina.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and honorable members of council. Very humbled by a lot of what I've been hearing here this morning already. Very grateful to be here, and I know Joyce just left, but I still want to extend my gratitude and thank you to her for all that she does as well. Madam Mayor, as you mentioned, my name is Karina Beatty, and I reside at 4063 Ravenscliff Road. I'm here today to appeal to you to consider our request for partial closure of the road allowance that is abutting our property, and for that closed portion to then be merged with our lands at 4063 Ravenscliff Road. And I'd like to express my gratitude to council today for being able to have this space to speak and share. Some of you may recognize me from July when I approached Planning Committee, where our application for a bylaw amendment was approved to allow our current home to become a secondary residential dwelling while we proceed with a new house build on the same lot. Following that meeting, we learned of our need to address the issues with our existing accessory structures that are on the abutting original road allowance by either purchasing said land or looking at obtaining a license of occupation. I don't know if you recall, for those of you that were present, but our planner at the time, John Gallagher, shared those accessory structures have been on that land long before we've owned the property, which has been 21 plus years. That being said, we are seeking to purchase a portion of that original road allowance, the portion that our buildings are on, because it's the most equitable and affordable approach for us at this time that would allow us to continue to move forward with our new build. I believe it embraces the vision of our town's official plan, and it will not force us to purchase lands filled with barriers to use because of the natural constraints identified within town maps. So later today, you're going to hear from Marie Turner in Corporate Services, who's going to present 4 options within her staff report. And none of those 4 options list our application, which is to purchase just a portion of that original road allowance. Although nowhere in the bylaw do I see it a requirement to close an original road allowance in its entirety. And that, I apologize if I'm wrong on that fact, but that's my understanding. So it is important to note that this original road allowance leads to water. And I do recognize that it's not typical that council approve closures of highways that lead to water. But like this bylaw states, and honestly, like Corporate Services will affirm later, this is a special circumstance with no current nor foreseeable future municipal use. It does not serve as vehicular access to any property. It has not been accessed by anyone in the community in the 21 plus years that we've lived on this property. The abutting landowner on the other side of the road allowance, which is 65 North Fox Lake Road, is my partner and co-applicant Brian Beatty. And the closure will not result in any conflicts with the town official plan policies, bylaw regulations, and procedures. Furthermore, there are multiple points of public access that the community use, like Ilfracombe Park and Ilfracombe Beach, both within a few hundred meters of our property. Our town's official plan has a vision, and I quote, "Huntsville is a vibrant, caring, and welcoming community. We are stewards of our natural environment, arts, culture, and heritage. We value a strong and resilient economy. Growth will continue and will be sustainable and balanced with public interest and the impact to our quality of life. Our town plan and vision highlight the importance of supporting resilience because of resilience allows people like me, people like you, people that make up our community, to bounce forward to improved environmental, social, and economic health and well-being. Our community plan identifies that we can foster social resiliency by ensuring smart value housing options for all residents, which provide cost-effective housing solutions, which promote equity, which promote a caring Huntsville. And this brings me back to our request to close and purchase a portion of the aforementioned road allowance, noting it is the most equitable approach that is part of a smart value housing solution for our family. It recognizes the substantial rising costs of building right now, and it allows us to be able to address the encroachment issues and still move forward. It potentially invests in our daughters and maybe other community members' futures by allowing us to continue to move forward with our new build, which will open up a secondary residential dwelling. So maybe someday our daughter can return and stay if needed, or something we can look at possibly considering using for a long-term rental unit. And like it says in our town plan, providing for these needs ensures a high quality of life is maintained and contributes to a socially resilient community. And so I want to extend my gratitude to you, Madam Mayor, and all honorable members of council for your time today, and reaffirm my hope that you will consider a fifth option and that you will approve our application.
Karina, thank you very much for your deputation today. And as you point out, we are dealing with this later on in the meeting. Are there any questions from council of Karina? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, so I am going to move to deputation 6.3. Jeff Ross is here from the Muskoka Watershed Council with a specific request for funding for the organization moving forward. Welcome, Jeff. And
Mayor Alcock. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to talk to you on this very important issue and our need for the funding for it.
okay, thank you. I think Natalie will give you that seat in 1 second. Maybe she will. Maybe she
I'm
will.
told that I usually talk loud enough that I don't need a microphone.
Well, but you're supposed to speak in the mic. I don't know. It's a rule around here that you have to speak up. People at home, exactly. Thank you, Councillor Renwick, for pointing out the reason. We do actually have people watching this, and they need to hear it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
My apologies to those on audio feed who weren't able to hear what I was saying previously.
Okay.
I think everyone will be able to hear me now.
Okay, perfect.
And I think I can change. What is the command to just go to the next slide?
Just scroll.
Just
Scroll.
scroll. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
There we go.
Yes. Thanks for this opportunity. We were here, Kevin Trimble and myself were here not very long ago talking about integrated watershed management. You have seen, I think, this slide deck for the presentation, and you've seen the request for funding that was submitted by the Watershed Council. With that amount of detail in front of you, I don't think it's the best use of our time for me to go through all of the slides on this deck. What I intend to do is just skim through and thereby preserve some time for the really important stuff, which is the questions, which I'm sure you all have on this. So please forgive me for skimming through a bit, and I'll just make a few comments as I go past here. The report card. Some of you, I know, were out. Mayor Alcock actually made a presentation at the launch of our report card not very long ago. There's two key messages, or really one bottom line from the report card release, and that is that there are a number of seriously concerning trends that we are seeing in our watershed today. And secondly, along with that, the current forms of management and land use planning are simply not up to dealing with these trends. This comes largely from climate change, and climate change is giving us a world which is quite different from the world we have experienced in the past. The ways of doing things, the ways of protecting our environment that may have worked in the past are not likely to work in the future because of the substantial differences we're looking at. Therefore, the health of our watershed, upon which our economy depends, is likely, or is certainly in danger of being lost increasingly over the coming few years. So it's urgent that we begin addressing this now. I spent most of my career with Environment Canada working on major environmental issues. and all of them were being dealt with too late, long after the scientists had seen the trends, recognized the trends, and said we need to work on them. We were working on them far too late. It cost us a lot more time, a great amount of difficulty, and a lot more money than had we been able to take a look at these things, deal with them when the scientists first started saying, hey, there's a trend there we don't like, we need to deal with this. And one of those trends, acid rain, has left us with continuing problems to this day, and one of the problems that we report on in the report card, and that's the calcium decline. So leaving things too late is very, very costly. It would be wonderful if we could avoid doing that this time. So what are we suggesting? Well, you've heard it before. Watershed Council has been actively promoting integrated watershed management for some time now as the most promising response to deal with the problems we're facing. We're not alone in doing this. The Muskoka Watershed Advisory Group, appointed by the province of Ontario, largely as a result of the 2019 flood, recommended integrated watershed management. It's referred to in the provincial policy statement, and many jurisdictions across Canada and around the world are using integrated watershed management, but not as yet in Muskoka. I'd just like to note that integrated watershed management is not a pet project of the Muskoka Watershed Council. It is a project that we all need to preserve our ecosystem that is the basis for our economy. If it's a pet project, it's a pet project for all of us. The Muskoka Watershed Council is offering to help municipalities transition to integrated watershed management, to help municipalities at least get started on doing this transition. We are in a unique position to partner with municipalities in doing that. No other organization is doing this, and I doubt that any other organization can. Once an IWM-based watershed management plan is in place, our role, Watershed Council's role, will likely diminish. We are a community of volunteers speaking to science. We are not and do not intend to become the administrators of a watershed plan. On this slide, I just in passing note the watershed governance report, which we had done. It is available on our website. It is worth taking a look at. It looks at case studies of areas in Canada and the United States that used integrated watershed management successfully. So what are we asking of you? Well, we are an organization of volunteers. We have already invested an incredible amount of time increasing the understanding of integrated watershed management in the community across the watershed. We are prepared to continue doing so, but we do not have, nor have we ever had, the financial resources to fully meet the needs of this particular project. It's a big project. It will go on for many years. We need outside help, and that help will cost dollars. So we need two things from you. We need your active involvement in this, and there's a long story associated with that, a lot of benefits for the municipality, all the municipalities. We need your active involvement, and we also need your financial support. With that, I think it is probably the best use of our time if I stop talking and open up to questions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff. Much appreciated. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just curious, do you get any provincial funding at all? And have you approached the MPP, Mr. Smith, at all?
The report that I mentioned just back there on governance, that was a result of a grant that the provincial government, we got from actually the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks to do that particular report, and this was a piece of that $5 million funding. That was very special. That was a one-time thing for us. So we got funding specifically to do that report. Otherwise, we do not get funding from the province. We get some funding from the district and the municipalities, and we get assistance in kind from the District of Muskoka. But we are independent, apolitically. And we have really no other funding other than grants here and there that we apply for. A grant, for example, to run the Love Your Lake program, or the Natural Edge program, specific, relatively small grants which may come from the federal government, from province, from wherever. We are accustomed to running on a shoestring budget. This project needs something more.
Interesting on that point, and yet you are running on a shoestring budget, but the service you provide to municipalities, for example, contribution to the official plans, when Bracebridge is embarking on their official plan review, and Watershed Council will play an advisory role amongst many others, commenting on their environmental policies. So very much tied in with what we do at the lower tier. So I thought that was important to note on that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Jeff. You said that your organization would not be the administrator of the integrated watershed management. Who would be the administrator of that if it's not your organization?
That is a very good question, and it's one that I can't answer, and none of us will be able to answer until we have spent more time on this. The concept, when you look at integrated watershed management, you see two ways this comes about generally, and one is top-down, and the conservation authorities in Ontario are an example of that. And the other is from the bottom up. The community gets together and says, we need something like this. We see something happening here which was a bit of both, sort of some combination of both. We definitely want to have all levels of government involved, absolutely the municipalities. With this plan, the watershed plan, will have to be developed in Muskoka for the needs of Muskoka, for the Muskoka River watershed. All other plans that we've looked at start out that way, based on local needs and designed to suit the local situation. So you don't know going in what it's going to look like. And we can't, I can't give you a formula or a template for a watershed plan. It will be developed in Muskoka, and how it rolls out, who rolls it out, who has what responsibilities is, of course, impossible to say right now. Some of the municipalities that we studied in our case study wound up with the joint services boards, things like that. But that's just one possibility amongst the many. There's no firm answer to the question yet. Hopefully the answer is the entity that carries us forward is the one that fits best into what Muskoka needs to have happen.
Thank you for that question. And just further to that, I think when you made reference, Jeff, to the MWC being well suited to do a lot of the initial legwork, partially, and its question is that MWC has already established many partnerships who are actually members of the Watershed Council, other organizations that are deeply involved in some aspect of environment and resource planning and all of that. Would that be fair to say?
Thank you very much. And not only is fair to say, it's also something that's ongoing, and we are continually trying to expand that diversity of membership and the different interests in the community, particularly with integrated watershed management, because it needs to be a community, an initiative in which the community is heavily invested. The community needs to need this, and of course it will be hugely to your advantage to have the community invested in it. I don't think what you really want to do is to try to go out and sell to a somewhat skeptical community something really quite complex, difficult to understand. You don't want to try and sell that as a council to your community. You want the community to understand what it's all about and say, yes, we want this. Will you please work with us to do this?
Thanks very much. Through you again. With this being a district-wide initiative, wouldn't it be easier just to be going through the district for this funding? So we get all the municipalities contributing equally than, instead of going to the municipalities themselves?
That's one possibility. Whether that would work or not, I can't say at this point. We've traditionally had support from the district, and the support that we get from the district really does flow through from the municipalities and comes to us via the district in that way. We want, for very good reasons, to have all of the municipalities involved in what we're actually doing. And we feel this is a way that fits with this. If there's a level of detachment there, that's not what we want. We want you to be there at the table, working on this, and we just feel that the two go together, the financial contribution and the active engagement of you and all the other municipalities.
At one point, correct me if I'm wrong, the lower tier municipalities did provide a small, all but a small contribution, but did provide at one point funding to the Watershed Council.
At one point, that's exactly the way it was. We would show up at your council every year reliably and ask for funding, and generally speaking, we would get the funding. And this was a regular occurrence year by year. And the district ultimately, I think it was the district that decided it, or CAPS committee, whoever, that really the more efficient way would be just for the district to cut the check on behalf of the municipalities. And that's the way it happens now. We get a small amount of funding from the district, but it is quite a small amount of funding relative to the project we're involved in now. Most years, being a volunteer organization, most years it does what we need it to do. This time, and looking forward for the next few years, there just isn't enough because it's too big a piece of work for a bunch of volunteers.
Right. Thank you for that follow-up.
Just not on the same subject, I'm just curious, are we the first town or municipality you've come to, or have you presented to other municipalities already within the district?
My colleagues and I have been to various municipalities, and certainly you're not the first one that this presentation or this ask has gone to. I can't tell you the exact status of it. I know we've been to Muskoka Lakes. I'm trying to think of, and I know we at least one or two others so far. We may be halfway through the list, I'm not sure.
All right. Are there any other questions? I am not seeing any. Jeff, thank you very much. And what happens at the very end of our meeting, we will be dealing with a number of the asks, and yours will be one of them. So that's how we do it that way. Right.
Thank you very much. And just before leaving, I imagine that you.
I haven't given out the report cards, so that's great if you brought them.
I didn't bring enough, but I brought a small collection here. I can leave them.
That's great.
If you haven't already, I thought maybe you would have
You-
had a box of them.
I know. Well, I didn't get a box of them. They're priceless.
Should I just leave them here?
Yes, that would
Okay.
be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks again, Jeff. All right, moving along to 6.4. Hannah Lynn is here with us, Executive Director of the YWCA. And Hannah, all right, there are, okay, and doing an overview of the importance of the YWCA in our community. This is so great. I feel like everybody, it's amazing. Everybody's here this morning. Okay, all right.
Sometimes we're first, and we don't get to hear all this other good stuff that's going on in the community.
Amazing,
so I
huh?
appreciate that.
Amazing what's going on in
The
this.
first time I ever did a municipal deputation, I was a staff member at the YWCA, and I was accompanied by Nancy Alcock as a board member, and we were in Lake and Bays. And I remember I was so nervous, I had to run the mouse, and the little triangle was bouncing all over the screen. So I'm very glad to have with me today Laura Sunday. She's our Director of Community Relations. And also in the audience, Amy Jones, who is our Director of Youth Services and a resident of Huntsville. So thank you for having us. Really pleased to be
Welcome, Laura
here.
and Amy.
My name is Hannah Lynn. I use the pronouns she and her. And I've been the executive director for 9 years, half of my time with the YWCA in Muskoka, 18 years. And since the election last fall, we thought it was time to come back to all the councils, say hello again, reconnect, and share a little bit about what we're doing. And so I have an invitation and an ask towards the end of my talk. YWCA Muskoka is a community charitable organization, and we're here for Muskoka's girls, women, and gender diverse people. We're one of 30 YWCAs across the country, so our organization is a member affiliated with YWCA Canada. Next week we'll be in Ottawa for Day on the Hill, advocating for affordable housing as part of a larger movement. And in 2024, for the first time in our history of 25 years, we will be hosting the 153rd YWCA Canada Annual Members Meeting. And what that means is we're bringing 150 to 170 delegates from across Canada's YWCAs to Muskoka. We really want them to see how rural people do it, how small communities do this work, and it represents overall an investment of about $400,000 into the region of Muskoka. So we're pretty stoked about that and working with National on that planning. Among our YWCAs, we're the second smallest outside of St. John's, Newfoundland, and we're known for being nimble, for being innovative, and willing to bring a rural lens and grassroots approach to many projects of different scales. So here in Muskoka, we focus on providing educational programs. People are familiar with Girls Unplugged in our schools, Quest programs for boys in our schools. Youth Co-Unite came up through the COVID pandemic. And we prevent violence. We work long-term on reducing gender-based violence. We have run women in business programs for over 25 years. So developing economic resilience is very important to us. It was interesting to hear Catalyst this morning. And building social inclusion. So we serve about 1,200 people a year across the region, and our budget is around $900,000. Actually, my budget that I present is usually $650, and then we write a lot of grants, and it grows over the year. We're a founding partner of the organizations involved with the district's IDEA advisory group, and last year we were actually subcontracted to coordinate the first Hate Free Muskoka symposium in Muskoka and provided inclusion training for over 120 paramedics. So that is the service we do off the corner of our desks. Our next slide. 2004 to 2009, Women in Business programs ran here in Huntsville in Partners Hall, and the town donated the space. We were here every week, and we did luncheons monthly. The YWCA, I believe, has helped launch close to 400 businesses that are women-led across the region of Muskoka. Many of them line our main streets. This fall, we will be offering Women in Business again in Huntsville, and have a money mindset financial literacy program that's being offered at Huntsville Public Library. The Girls Unplugged program, which you may be familiar with, has been in Huntsville for over 20 years. And the Quest program, which is for boys, was developed as a parallel program, has been running for over a decade in Huntsville schools. So these programs are reaching kids from grade 5 to high school, and they talk about issues that are most important to them. So things like body positivity, being their own person, developing confidence, understanding gender stereotypes, how to recognize and form healthy relationships, managing stress, and also shaping goals for the future. So not only do these programs teach skills in an accessible way during the school day, they also directly contribute to preventing gender-based violence in the long run. We fundraise, and this is fascinating to hear Jeff talk about his funding model. We fundraise for all of our youth programs, and we offer as many as we can in each school year. Sustainable funding for youth programs is probably our #1 challenge. The cost to run a youth group is around $3,000, and will be at Huntsville Public, St. Mary's Catholic School, and Huntsville High this fall. The need for social inclusion and mental health services specifically like this, where kids can come together and meet with caring adults, is even more important than before. We have 3 pillars: youth programs, women's programs, and poverty reduction community work. So Getting Ahead was launched here in 2012 in partnership with the Table Soup Kitchen and the YMCA. Counselors, town staff, including the chief librarian, have attended the last session of Getting Ahead at our invitation, where participants who are people living on low income or on social assistance can share back their experiences, what they've learned, how they see their community, and the barriers that they encounter when they're navigating systems in daily life. The program itself is about life stabilization over 13 weeks and includes sort of a weekly incentive for groceries, and includes things like travel subsidies and child minding subsidies, so we can include more people. Circles, which is the picture on your handout, was first launched by YWCA and its partners here in Huntsville almost 10 years ago, which is wild to believe, actually, that it's been running that long. Circles brings together residents with lived experience of poverty and across class lines. So it brings people together to create community solutions in a weekly format that includes meals, and collectively they address poverty. Volunteers in this program have included members of the OPP, educators, district staff, community members, business owners, and they have together seen the small movements forward in people's experience of housing, education, changing work situations, and together they launched a podcast which is on our website. It's called Walls Within, and it documents the stories of people who have lived with, and many are still living with, social housing. During the first 2 years of the pandemic, the YWCA provided direct financial aid to over 150 households in Muskoka. And we offer, in partnership with YWCA Canada, the NESS Fund. We used to have an interest-free December 6 loan fund for any person leaving intimate partner violence. The NESS Fund is a grant called the National Emergency Survivor Support Fund for women and girls and gender diverse people leaving domestic violence. So far this year, we've distributed over $45,000. Some of it we've fundraised, some of it came through granting at YWCA Canada to 33 women in our Muskoka community. We have fielded 54 requests, and they still come. The fund got frozen in August because it ran out of funding, and we anticipate the funding to be, we may have funding again to open it up again in December. For sure, we'll have it again by January, and it's a 4-year program at this point. There's a critical need to apply a gender-based intersectional lens to all our policy decisions and issues we're facing. We saw a rise in the pandemic in domestic violence as women were forced to stay home, sometimes with abusers. Those who have little choice to work but in essential services were also disproportionately effective, sometimes waiting for relief that was too little, too late. We heard about the stories of people who were at home caregiving and managing sometimes work or laid off from work and managing childcare, and particularly for women, it was extremely stressful. The poorest among us, we also heard this, anybody who earned less than $5,000 was completely excluded from any financial CERB funding. Our final slide. Okay, so my invitation is October 27th, we're running Bridges Out of Poverty here in Huntsville. We're able to do that in part thanks to the small community grant from the town of Huntsville to use the Summit Center. And this training is specifically for community leaders like yourself, but also volunteers, community members, and community service providers, frontline workers. It's presented by a YWCA staff member, Kelly Jones, who has lived experience of social housing and also is a phenomenal speaker if you've ever had a chance to hear Kelly. If you haven't before, encourage you to attend. It is, I believe, a pay what you can for the day, and it will change the way you make decisions and think about your constituents. I also want to challenge council respectfully to think about the processes you have for local charities, specifically when it comes to grants like this for community space. Charities exist for community benefit, and we all struggle with fundraising for local needs. So each year, our organization, we chase somewhere between 25 and 30 grants. You were talking about the funding model, right? 25 to 30 grants, we land on probably 18 grants, all of them which require reporting and financial tracking to different levels of government, corporations and foundations, and individual family funds. Fundraising events, very popular, often suggested, raise a lot of awareness, but typically have a very low return on investment and a huge amount of time. Despite the collaborative projects that we offer, we often find ourselves competing with other local charities for small pots of municipal funding. So anything the town that can do to alleviate that would make a difference. So the backstory for this, I think, is just to understand that when we approached senior staff to figure out how we might be able to get in-kind space again, like we had with Partners Hall, we were guided to apply for the small community grant, which is an application process, and then you wait, and then there's a committee, and then you hear a decision, and that's great, and we get a $1,000 grant, but it's not actually a check of $1,000, it's an in-kind donation to book the town's facility. So it's really circular. And then when I went to look for where is it, it's very difficult to find, right? It's not readily apparent on the website. It's not, when you search it, you get 600 things, mostly the CIPs and other granting programs. So I think my ask is consider the total budget you dedicate to charities. We know the need outstrips what's available as far as resources, but what we're aiming here for is collective prosperity, community prosperity. And I think that the municipalities each have a role to play as charities provide so much good work back. And providing in-kind space is one way to do it. One of the solutions we did come in addition to the Summit Center space this fall was to work with the Huntsville Public Library. We have negotiated with them that where a program like Getting Ahead is for people on low income or no income, they will in-kind give us the space. And then we turn around, and where we have a granted program like Money Mindset that has a budget because of a project grant where we can pay for rent, then we're paying for the rent. So we're kind of doing both, right? So yeah. So thank you for your time.
Hannah,
great.
thank you for that presentation and also for the feedback on our process. It's less than ideal, certainly. I'm actually glad you did get the grant, though, and that you are going to be at Active Living Center. But certainly I take that with those comments very seriously. And but I am going to open it up to questions because I think Councillor Fitzgerald, did you have your, no. No, okay. Councillor Renwick did, though.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Hannah, for coming in and speaking to us. Again, I guess it's a comment to say that I applaud the amount of work and dedication that the YWCA has for a budget of $600,000 plus grants, the amount of work that you do for our community. I applaud you, and I applaud the work that you do. I just think that it's such important work, and it's such great work that for our community, it benefits our community. So thank you for what you do, and all of your workers do, or your people that work with you. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Renwick. I completely agree. Are there any other questions? Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald does have a question. See, I was just prompting.
You encourage me, Your Worship. I like the comment about a policy for charitable organizations and in-kind. So we remove that circular event process and we become more time efficient to turn things around. So great suggestion.
Thank you.
We'll look into it for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, each municipality does it slightly different, right? And to the comment to Jeff, it's like we go to district for certain things, the community enhancement grant.
Yep.
They have dates, they have timelines, they have parameters. My feedback to them is don't overlook the fact that most charities do not have paid staff, permanent staff.
Right.
Right? So the exclusion of we're not paying for staff, it's like you can't have the coffee without the cup, right?
Right.
But I also think that there's really good relational stuff that happens when we're working together and know what one another is doing, right? Yeah, and the referral process, like being able to invite counselors into Getting Ahead is super cool, right? Because you have people that have just found their voice again, didn't realize they had any form of power,
Yep.
and to be able to sit down at a table with somebody and say, you know what, this is what I think about how you run the food bank or run the library or how your transportation system works. It's very valuable for the
Yes.
work you're doing.
Absolutely. Councillor Schumacher, did Councillor Morrison? Sorry. Okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Well, mine's more comment, and I do appreciate, Hannah, I appreciate what the organization does, and I appreciate the difference too, where you're talking like when it's an event where it is just a pay-as-you-can or like Getting Ahead, you're asking, but maybe not necessarily when you did like the She Talk at the auditorium, because you know you're doing it as a large fundraising event, which I was very disappointed. I had tickets but got COVID, and my sister and her friend Julie in the back here really enjoyed it. And then, yeah, like Mom Prom or those, which I did get to attend, which was awesome. But yeah, so those events, you're not necessarily asking for the reduction because you are out fundraising to get, but the event space for those activities where it is just benefiting the people who are attending, I think that is a great determination.
Councillor Morrison, thank you for that, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. I can't thank you guys enough, especially with what's been going on lately. You know, I know Laura and I have had a lot of emails back and forth. I don't think the community has any idea what you guys do. When I got into community wellness initiatives, and this council is fully into community wellness, all of us, I just assumed there wasn't enough people out there doing this stuff. That's not the issue. It's that you're all grossly underfunded. You know, we have great organizations that don't have the funding for crucial community services. So I can't thank you enough. I guess the one question I would have is, do you find now, from 10 years ago till now, are you having a bigger uptick on employers and companies wanting inclusionary training and some of the stuff that you guys are doing? And the work you're doing on gender violence and everything else?
It's new, right? Like, I would say even just this past week, I had 4 or 5 different community partner organizations come to me and say, I want to talk to you about this project, and it's really time sensitive. Can we write this grant for now? Can we, you know, so there's several things happening around that. I think when we went to the paramedics, I think we were surprised to hear it was the first time they had inclusion training of any kind. So there's a lot of groundwork that's happening here in Muskoka. As a member of the IDEA advisory group, there's a lot of groundwork that needs to happen. They're just talking about having a local immigration partnership, which exists already in many other communities our size. So I anticipate the demand will grow, definitely. When we tried during COVID to launch a culinary arts program, which we did do, the first people who were calling were not the participants we were trying to reach, but employers saying, hey, can I be added to your hot list so that when you have somebody you think might be a butcher in Port Carling, you can call me, because we need people, right? We heard from both sides, employers and people looking to navigate or get back into the workforce, right? But we do see that there's a lot of people that need to get back into the workforce or that are interested in looking at getting back into the workforce with decent work and a living wage, right? Yeah.
Thank you for that, and thank you for all of the questions and comments around the table. Our CAO would like to just add something.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just to clarify for council, unfortunately, your application came through our old process. And as committee will recall, it was a few months ago, we did have a break in August, but we did do an update to the community financial request policy. And that policy will address everything that you've just recognized today.
Good stuff.
We are in the process of simplifying the application too. Unfortunately, it was just ratified, I think it was beginning of September, so we're trying to get the application. So thank you very much for pointing it out, but I think we do have it covered in our new policy. So thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing it like on your website.
Yes.
So it's easy, right,
Yes.
to find.
Yes,
Yeah.
and did we deal with our communication strategy? That's today. That's today. We're dealing with a communication strategy. So we're trying to integrate all of what we're doing, apparently. So that's great. And I have to both of you for being here, and you too.
great.
It was really great. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
We are going to our final deputation of the day, and that is Kelly Haywood is here to do an update on the Eclipse project. I can't believe this morning. I feel like it's incredible. It's incredible. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. So, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I on, or does it need to be green? Oh, red is go. That's interesting. Oh, no problem. Thank you. Oh, maybe I'll just switch spots. Oh, thanks. I was about to fall off my chair. There we go. All right, I think I'm ready to go. Thank you for seeing me today. I'm excited to talk about Eclipse Walk with Light. Many of you are familiar with it, having taken place at Muskoka Heritage Place for the past 2 years. And today I'm here to talk to you about the installations taking place in downtown Huntsville, rather. So one of the reasons we're here to talk about this is mainly because, well, we loved Muskoka Heritage Place, and it was so magical. I have nothing bad to say about it having been there. However, the challenge with it was, the installation and tear down costs in particular. Definitely this year, the Hamada Board, who really are the generous main funders of this attraction in our community, are sort of looking at their whole strategic vision, looking at different attractions that might happen in Huntsville. So, I mean, to say we're taking a hiatus on this event or this attraction, we're just looking at it a little differently, and it will cost less to install it downtown. So we're looking at this more or less as a pilot project. I think that, long term, we're going to want to see this type of installation downtown always, depending on how well it goes. So that's the goal. So I'll talk a little bit about what we have coming up. So you know what Eclipse is, I assume, and hope that everyone had an opportunity to see it, but it is indeed an interactive and unique light installation that also works with sound. So the spots that we're looking at for this year downtown are Kent Park, the Town Dock Walkway just beside Pizza Pizza and the Pub, that meandering path, the AO Wooden Penny Alley, the King Street Walkway, the pedestrian walkway, Town Hall Civic Square, so just in front of the theater entrance, Town Hall Walkway, which would be beside Town Hall in between Trinity and Town Hall, and also the IDA Drugstore Alley. So these are the spots that we're looking to place our installations. The first one that I'll talk about is Kent Park. It has currently a small installation, I guess we'll call it, a small light canopy over the park that frankly we were quite disappointed in terms of the, we're learning a lot about engineering in public spaces and what we can actually do, and it's very expensive as you can appreciate working with these engineers, as well as having the poles installed and so on. So we're working with a new engineer, not that our other engineers weren't great, but this particular engineer has done everything at Boots and Hearts, the CNE, a number of really phenomenal, significant installations, and she's been excellent. So we are looking on the right-hand bottom corner. It's hard to see it maybe, or you've seen it in your package, of an installation sort of similar to the Distillery District, where there's, a bigger and more ornate canopy. We are working with your Parks Department, Colleen McDonald in particular, who's been guiding us on, the placement of a much bigger Christmas tree. I'll call it a Christmas tree, but actually, planting a bigger tree that will have more of a presence. And we met again yesterday, and she's been fantastic about guiding us. And I know Mayor Alcock has it's close to your heart, and you have some opinions there. So we're really hoping that we'll get that planted this fall in time for the tree lighting ceremony at the end of November. Also in Kent Park, there'll be other displays. We're obviously working hand in hand with the BIA in terms of, little Christmas trees that wouldn't be permanent, but other sort of installations, I'll call them, that will really make the park look beautiful. The BIA has a sort of a archway lit structure just for Christmas that will be placed. So I think it'll be a really nice, welcoming corner to come across. So that is the plan at Ken Park. Then we have the Town Dock Walkway, and that is our solar installation. If you were at Eclipse last year, right up at the top of the little hill, there was all sorts of planets, and it was the entire constellation. The sun was in the middle, and it was by far the most popular. These were twig balls that were made into planets, and you can speak into the megaphone and say a planet, and it changes all the colors, and it's really beautiful. So you can see our plan is to remain on theme with Eclipse as much as possible. Then there's the Algonquin Outfitters and Wooden Penny Alleyway. The clock installations that you would have seen walking up to the park from the entrance, all the clocks would be installed along the walls, in the alleyway there. Lit, and potentially there'll be sound, but recognizing that there are some apartments above, we'll be testing that. So I'm not sure if there'll be sound yet. The King Street Walkway, I'm excited about for sure, because that is just such a beautiful space to begin with. We'd like to obviously have a canopy over it as well. And then we're working again with Michael Parniak and Brendan Hall, who have been incredibly supportive and really wonderful to work with around some of the rigging points and the specs on the lampposts that are currently there, and whether or not we can rig off of those. Anyways, I won't bore you on the details, but we're going to try to hang some more lights in the King Street Walkway, as well as install some actual trees that are a bit bigger and really artistic and really cool. We're working with Triple M on that. Then we have the Town Hall Civic Square in front of the walkway. We already have the beautiful sunburst on the front of Town Hall. So this is the summer installation. We'd like to create a gorgeous marquee style canopy that would go over the square. And it will also react to sound in terms of the zodiac constellation. So you'd be able to say different zodiac constellations, and the lights will react differently. So, I think it's a great learning opportunity as well. The spring installation would be the one next to Town Hall, in between Trinity and Town Hall, where the lampposts would have ivy running up them. We have these gorgeous, oh my God, what are they called? Doesn't matter. Flowers that will be installed along the path. And then I don't know if this is going to work. Man, I don't know how this stuff works. No. Where there'll also be, and in your package, actually online, you'll be able to test it. There's a link in the thing, but there's some beautiful metal flowers that's percussion that kids can actually, and then that will awaken the flowers that are down on the ground, and it will be beautiful. And then between IDA and the previous, I'm not sure who the owner is yet, we're working on that, but another installation where there'll be a portal similar to the one that you walked through going up to MHP last year. So that is sort of the overview of the installations. I will say that we did present and work with the BIA on developing the installations. Obviously, we're working with a company that we initially worked with for Muskoka Heritage Place, and are getting artistic advice from the same group of people. So I think it's going to be absolutely beautiful. It's challenging. This is the dream. I don't know how much of it's gonna, work. Like, obviously there's rigging points that we're still working through. The goal obviously is to have it complete by the end of November, once we have your blessing at the end of the October meeting, ideally ratified.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
I have to say, I'm a bit blown away by each and every one of them, and I love the fact you said it's a bit challenging, but we're up to it.
Yeah.
I am so excited if this actually works this way. Councillor Cloutier, I had his hand up ages ago.
Morning, Kelly. I think this is a very positive move for this event. I think going to get more people to it. It's going to enhance our town a lot better, especially downtown and all over. You and I had a little conversation about the installation part. Were you able to get a company to
Yeah,
do?
well, we're working on it.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
getting pieces. That
Yeah.
particular company didn't work out, but.
No, okay, all right. No, that's, I
Thank you
just
for your
wondering if.
support.
That's right.
The metal trees on King Street, are they going to be permanent, and are they aluminum, or can you tell me more?
Good question. So the permanent is such a permanent word. I mean, will they, the goal is to have them and all of these installations, I think, there as long as they can be there. So yes, I would love to see these installations grow and constantly, and we'd like to see them all summer. I forgot to mention that, so thank you. And would we like to see them there every year? Yes, ultimately, I think, I'd love to see another opportunity where we can continue building at Muskoka Heritage Place and leave everything downtown, so there's this really nice connection between Huntsville or downtown and Muskoka Heritage Place. The trees that we initially talked about that are now in this presentation are a little different than I think what you had initially seen on maybe my BIA presentation. But they're actually different. They're like a tubular base with rods that will have tree limbs coming out of them. So they're not metal. At one point we hoped to have a swing on it, which we learned is insane. Forget that. Like, whoa, like simple things, who knew? So they're going to just be these beautiful bases that we're working with Triple M on, that will have rods of lights that come out and are really cool and artistic.
And the canopy would be
part of it.
Large?
Yeah.
Like these?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kelly. I was there at the BIA meeting when Kelly brought this forward, and the BIA is just thrilled by it. And I can't speak more highly about this. Is so amazing. Like, it's going to be amazing for downtown. And thank you again for the work that you do and the chamber does, because this is something that's really going to highlight our downtown. And there was one concern about the sound and the lights, in downtown, because we do have residents that are there. But I think you addressed that, didn't you, Kelly? Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a work in progress. I think that if you recall, if you were at Muskoka Heritage Place, children love to scream at the lights at the highest pitch ever known to man. So this will be discouraging by using words, right? And screams don't work anymore. So just words work, which I'm really hoping works. But anyway, is better anyway. But we'll be working with that. If it's disruptive, we'll just turn it off. It'll still be beautiful. So we're thinking till 8 p.m. because it's dark at 5, so we can.
Okay, so it's funny because when you were walking through that, I wondered about that a little bit.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. I'm just glad to see you using not only the east end of town, but the west end too, going up that way. And across the road at Terrican, is it? I think it's called in there. Is there any idea of putting anything in that parking lot?
Yes, that would be lovely. I think that, there's so many opportunities we love the alleys and the hidden spots. There's a spot up Burnell next to Remax kind of, or, there's a whole bunch of places that I think we can ultimately grow in downtown. I'd love to see everything lit up, but yeah, that's the goal. Further up, yeah.
Incredible.
We'll learn too, if we know we can use the lamp posts, this is gonna be a game changer. So that's gonna help everyone.
Wow, incredible. Okay, Councillor Morrison.
I'll just be quick to say I absolutely love this. I want to see this grow as well, so anything we can do as a town or council, we'd love to support it. And I have a feeling there's going to be some towns and townships in Muskoka that are going to be very jealous this winter because of your efforts.
I'm sure of it, and isn't that a great thing?
It is.
I shouldn't say that. Oh my,
No competition here.
I cannot believe I said that.
And
no
really
competition.
a good observation of how supportive and really positive the Accommodation Tax Association has been, and
Yes.
It continues to be for things like this. So we're very lucky.
Agreed. Councillor Schumacher.
Just again to say supportive, and I think it's also going to really be great. I'm glad you did the BIA as well, because and Huntsville Festival of the Arts, I'm sure, are totally on board, because when they do Snow Village down there, when they do the ice sculptures, I think this is just going to enhance that whole opportunity in the winter for people to see Huntsville for what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so true. I think that's it. We've exhausted all of the questions for now.
Okay.
But thank you, Kelly, and nothing short of unbelievably excited. All right, gang. Yes, I'm seeing the break. Originally, I thought we would whip through the report, the three minutes, but I think we won't. I think we'll just go straight into break for 10 minutes. Perfect. Thanks, Dave. So I will call the meeting back to order at 10:53 a.m. And we're moving along to reports from committees and meeting minutes. The first one, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended, that the Active Transportation and Public Transit Committee meeting minutes dated September 11th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Chair Stone, would you like to comment on them?
Yes, there's lots of good news in here. I'll recognize James Hunt, who's on the committee in the audience here. So we talked about the pedestrians last winter having to walk on Highway 60, how dangerous that is, and how we might address that. So there's a couple things that's moving forward. We've added a bus stop on Ferry View, right near Lake Tree Apartments, so that can help pedestrians get into town. We've also identified a walking path starting from the lights near Three Guys and a Stove that comes around through the subdivision, through Rogers Cove, through Muskoka Landing, thank you, and brings you up near Canadian Tire, or you can walk over to Meadow Park. And there's a bit of a missing link that we're looking at two possibilities before the winter in order to get people to be able to walk on Ferry View to get down to those lights. So that's in the works. Good news, there's a grant, $269,000 for buses. So we're investigating at this point, 2 new buses, which would allow us to expand the routes and potentially get more, we could expand the hours in which we operate. So all great news. The work's underway, and we hope to have an announcement in the spring at the very least. Bike racks. We're putting bike racks on our buses, and we're looking at putting bike racks throughout the town. And lastly, between the high school and town line, cars have been parking on the active transportation lanes there. So working with the district, we're going to be putting up some no parking signs and some sharrows to ensure that pedestrians and bikes can travel safely in that area. And that's pretty much it for now.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's Action City. That's great. A very quick question with respect to putting bike racks throughout the town. Is that something that with staff you can just rock and roll, or will you need, will that be coming forward to general committee, or just out of curiosity, where is that? And I'm looking at the director, who seems to be jumping in right now.
Through you, Chair. The bike racks are going to be put into the capital budget plan, so it is one of the capital budget asks for 2024 is a series of them. What we would come back to council for is, and maybe to the Active Transportation Committee, is specifically what locations. And we would have to consult with a number of organizations like the BIA and other groups within town to figure out exactly where we want them placed, but we're going to be asking for a number of them each year going forward.
That's fantastic, and thank you for that clarification. Chair Stone's enthusiasm, is palpable, and it's really great. So are there any questions of Chair Stone? It appears there are, so Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. Not a question, more a comment. I think we had previous discussions about the bike racks, and I felt that we should include the opportunity to allow some local service groups to get involved with that. I know that me being a Lion, we donate them in Port Sydney and that kind of thing. And with our naming rights and advertising policy, there may be an opportunity for that not to be a budget item, rather a community donation item.
That's a fantastic suggestion. Great. I noticed both the chair and the director are nodding, so I think that's good. I think that's a good sign. Great suggestion. Councillor Schumacher.
I was just actually showing Councillor Stone. I was in Stratford on the weekend. They have these neat little setups where it's got the fixings for if your bike breaks down, it's got the air pump on the side right in their main square, and I think it's just a neat idea that, you know, incorporates the aspect that it is an active transportation community, and I think it would be great.
I love that suggestion, and Chair Stone, you'd like to respond?
I would, because John Cowan is bringing that idea to
The next committee?
the next committee meeting, yes.
They're on it. They're on it. That is all good. Any other questions? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. So, second, I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It is recommended that the Environment and Climate Change Committee meeting minutes dated September 12th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Councillor Fitzgerald, would you mind reporting, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good meeting with the Environment and Climate Change Committee. We had presentation from the Partners for Climate Protection and Action Plan there through finance and work through FCM. They work with 400 different communities. So it's basically a report card and a level of how we are and where we are, a report card and how we achieve our environmental goals. We're at level 2, and Trevor, our main man who guides us through our committees, is very active and very engaged in that process, and we're going to try and move that forward. If anyone has any further questions, they can ask me. Director Maxwell presented some ideas for water use reduction strategies. We're going to approach that through the district. And Trevor has also engaged in a concierge service through Enbridge Sustain, which is a program where Enbridge donates some money and we assist our community in the grant process for home green improvements, heat pumps, insulation, upgraded windows, that kind of thing. So it's a fantastic thing. I don't know, you've heard me say it before, but I don't know if anyone's tried to navigate it. It can be sometimes tricky navigating some of those funding programs and grants that are available. So this is going to allow us to streamline the process and help our community achieve some greener strategies and some supports to do it financially. So great program, I love it. We had a long discussion about salt management, and the Watershed Council tells us every time they're here about the salt content and calcium content in our lakes. We are coming back, I think, with a motion to measure and reduce our salt impact in our community. So stay tuned for that. We talked about social media strategies at Healthy Huntsville, just engaging the community. Healthy Huntsville, milkweed, and we're thinking about implementing kind of a social media contest about the tree of the year, just to get people engaged and let them know what we're doing for the climate and kind of make it fun. So more to come on that. And that's about it. If anyone has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you for that update. It was very thorough. Are there any questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you. Just a comment. The Enbridge program, my mother's home had some issues, and when she switched to natural gas, we actually reached out to them, and through their program, we actually got her attic insulated, her basement walls insulated, and a smart thermostat installed free of charge. So the programs work. So if you can access it, it's a good thing to have.
Thank you for that. And that was a lot of the discussion. One of the members in the committee is someone who is involved in home retrofits and doing all of that. So I was very happy when we discussed the concierge program, or that kind of window that the municipality can do to help people navigate and get to that point. I think that'll be really a game changer for a number of people. So yes,
For the
Chair Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Your Worship. Some of the programs are income incented, but a lot of them are not.
Right.
So I would just encourage everyone to have a look, and we know that we can make a difference energy-wise, conserving, and once we have this concierge program up and running, I think we're going to assist a lot of people in the community, so thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. So, the third set of minutes, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that the Community Service Master Plan and Waterfront Strategy Committee meeting minutes dated September 15th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. Councillor Morrison, do you have an update, please?
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Yes, I do. I'll give a brief one. We had some great director reports from Director Babineau and Director Frame, and Director Babineau outlining the demands on the programs, and we discussed how we can improve that. We're going through our committee is going through 6 pillars, you know, parks, leisure, waterfront, and all the way through, and we're prioritizing within those 6 pillars. And we were slowly moving through that, and then we made a big breakthrough and got through 2 more in 1 meeting. So we're on pace to get that done within our time frame, which is exciting. Most exciting, we branched out and created a little subgroup with members Corbett, Redwood, member Hall, and member Alcock, just to form a little group to look at some of the initiatives we looked at so far and which ones we think should come forward for the 2024 budget period. And they've already been told that the budget's going to be a challenge, but there's other ways of funding. So that's a group that's branched out, and they're going to take on that task, which is very exciting. We also looked at, and it's coming up later today, Pittman's Bay, but it's come to our committee a couple times, so we addressed it. Trevor brought it forward to look at Lions Lookout and Pittman's Bay. I think everyone agrees they are 2 of the best jewels in all of Muskoka, not just Huntsville. And I see James is here today. He knows more about Pittman's Bay than most of us around this table. I would say that the good news is members around the table for our committee, as well as members around this council table, share the community's vision for those 2 locations. I think we all know that it should be used for youth and families, and it should be preserved, and the natural landscape should be looked at. So a lot of good discussion come out of that, and I'm sure we have a good report coming, or I know we have a good report because I've read it. And that looks good as well. And lastly, I'll just touch on member Redwood and I. We did a bit of a tour around parts of our community this week, and we made it to a couple of outdoor facilities, looking at the outdoor, and Mr. Kluche keeps telling me, don't call it an outdoor rink. It's an outdoor multi-purpose facility. It's kind of like when you're looking at a house. I came back and I found the house I want to buy. We found the rink outdoor facility that we really love. And it's one in Magnetawan. It looks great. But the best thing was when we visited there, we had a discussion with some clerks, and they said it's used all the time. From farmers markets to concerts to, they got a grant for roller skates, and now every Friday night it's filled with people roller skating. You know, it's unbelievable. It's used for so many things, fundraisers, not just in the wintertime. There's holes in there for volleyball nets, there's basketball nets, there's everything. It's amazing. It's become a big part of their community. And talking to Director Babineau with the day camps, they could really use something like that, that is covered, and you know you can depend on it. So I know it's a big ticket coming, and there's a lot of discussion to be had, but just, you know, we're already putting in some of the groundwork, and we're really, really excited to bring it forward. So any questions, let me know.
That's fantastic. I just, on that last one, so that's something that committee is really starting to drill down on, and, okay, and will be part of that, the long-term, short, medium, and long-term vision going forward. Okay, that's great. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship, and to Councillor Morrison. I can't tell you how excited we are in Port Sydney and Utterson to, you know, you talk about this facility that we're going to get. It's awesome.
Okay.
I'd say to Member Fitzgerald, location is TBD, so take me for lunch and we'll talk.
I appreciate all of that exchange. That's good. Okay. Thank you for that. And I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Thank you for a great report. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. All righty-o. It's only 10 after 11, and now we're getting to the meat of our meeting. Thank you. Okay. At this point, I'm actually, even though it wasn't scheduled, or we didn't have it in our agenda, but we've just inserted a very quick report from Councillor Schumacher for a quick word with respect to, well, I'll let
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mayor
Schumacher take
Alcock, for
over.
letting me go off script here a little. Yes, I don't have any reports as Chair of Community Services, but we so often hear some of the negative as councillors. We get emails all the time of some of the things we're doing wrong. This came to myself and Vice Chair Helena Renwick through our director, and she doesn't know I'm going to say this. I did reach out to the person directly and asked if I had permission to share this today at General Committee, and she gave me her permission anonymously, but I did want to share, and I think everybody, all councillors need to hear. So I'm not sure if this is the right place to email, but I hope you can get the message to the right people. I just wanted to write you guys and tell you what a wonderful experience my family had at the Heritage Site. My two oldest daughters very much enjoyed the Pioneer Village. All of the, what I assume to be volunteers, were so wonderful. They answered questions and helped us with all the fun activities. But my goodness, the real magic is that train. My son is 4 and has autism, and he loves trains. Family activities can be difficult with his abilities. He is nonverbal and can become overwhelmed. But this train was his dream come true. Please, please, please tell the 3 men who work it, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The engineer driver was so kind. There was just something about him. My son, who can be super shy and nervous in new situations, marched right up to that engine, plopped next to him, and showed him his toy trains like they were old friends. And the gentleman who acts as the conductor and rides at the front, he was a former firefighter, went out of his way to save a lost car for my son. It was my fault he dropped it, and I didn't even expect to retrieve it. I tried to distract him with watching the squishing of pennies, but God loved that man. He got that car and made my son even happier. It touched my heart, and I want him to know that he is still a hero. He made a huge difference in our family that day. Lastly, the conductor. The gentleman who rides at the back was so interesting, telling us about the history of the area and the train. To be honest with you, we took this trip before my husband's surgery next month. He has stage 4 terminal cancer, and after being a trauma victim, he was a victim of a drive-by attempted murder for someone else, and when he was at work 4 years ago. So he has become disabled as a victim of that accident. We don't do many trips, but made this one and wanted it to be super special for our kids before he's too sick to make them. Sorry to write a novel. I just wanted everyone in the village and the train to know how wonderful they are, how special they helped us make this trip be, and how much we appreciate it. They're great examples of how kindness is free and how something small can really make someone's day, and what they do matters. I will never forget this. Please make sure they all know. And I just thought that needed to be shared with everybody here. And thank you for that experience. As Chair of Community Services, as Chair of Accessibility, I think it is a great testament to our town and to the work that our community services staff and the Muskoka Heritage staff do, and our staff in general. I think it's what makes our town great, is the effort that the staff put forward, and I've really felt that everybody should hear that today.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. That was really important, and what an incredible story. Thank you. All right.
And now I can pass it on to Jay.
Yes, yes, you may. Councillor Fitzgerald, will you please take over as chair for the next section of this meeting?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I thought that was maybe a great place to end the meeting, but thanks, everyone. I've got a few things to get through here. I have moved by Nancy Alcock, seconded by Dan Armour. Whereas tender bids for a rescue truck for the Huntsville Lake of Bays Fire Department Port Sydney Station Number 5 were received and opened on September 5th, 2023. And whereas the acceptable bid received was $40,000 over the amount allotted in the capital budget. Now therefore, it is recommended the committee approve increasing the amount for the purchase of the rescue truck from $225,000 to $265,000, funded from fire capital reserves. And we have Chief Monahan here. He's gonna tell us everything we need to know. There probably won't even be any questions. He's so thorough.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and hello, Council and Mayor Alcock. Actually, after that story, I feel kind of terrible that I'm coming in and asking for an increase after that lovely story. But I mean, I don't. This is not my favorite part of the coming to council, but unfortunately, it's the world that we live in right now. So I'm open for questions unless anybody doesn't have any for me.
Does anyone have any questions or comments regarding this? Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. It'll still come in on time? The timeline is good?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald, at this time, we're being told 300 days from the time that we give them the approval, which is, I think, is going to be a good time frame from us. The other bidder was a lot longer. They wouldn't give us a timeline. So the manufacturers are still struggling out there, but the 300 days is going to be a good time for us.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. To you, Gary, just a question. The $577,000 that is coming out of the budget, is that for the other trucks that we're also purchasing, or was that something, I just refresh my memory as to what that was?
So through you, Chair Fitzgerald, I think maybe I'll ask Julia to help with that. But yes, we do have a tender out for a tanker as well in Port Sydney. I believe it was a 670, but I'm not sure if Julia could answer that question for you.
I can get council the specifics, but it's all the fire projects that were budgeted in 2023 in the capital budget.
If I may follow up?
You may.
So the $313,000 that was transferred in is also part of that 2023 budget as well? Yes.
Yeah, so that was the opening, and then the transfer budget coming out was the 577, so that's all the capital projects.
Okay.
And then the transfer in, that's the amount from the levy that we put towards the fire reserve annually. Does that answer?
Yep, thank you. That is.
Sorry, I made, through you, Chair Fitzgerald, the budget, the 670 for the tanker for Port Sydney, I came as an advanced tender, so I was wrong. It's in the I believe it's coming out in the 2024. Is that correct, Julie, you think? Yes.
All right. Any further questions or comments? You've heard the motion. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Chief. Moving right along, everyone, I have moved by Dion Schumacher, seconded by Scott Morrison. Whereas Resolution GC 154-21 provided approval to accept a generous gift of funding for the purchase and installation of a columbarium at the Medill Church Cemetery. And whereas the donor has now noted it is their desire the columbarium be in memory of both sets of their parents and that their names be included on it. And whereas the additional engraving will remain within the gift amount provided, now therefore it is recommended the staff be authorized to amend the original design as attached to Report Ops 2023-28 to include the following names: Etta and Wilson Cairns, and Gladys and Bill McQuinn. Colleen.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I'm here before you today because we had a request from the donors of the columbarium unit. They donated the funds to purchase it, that they would like to recognize both parents of Wilf and Helen McQuinn. And so if you recall the original donation, Wilf and Helen are both very passionate and attached to that location due to, they got married at that church, many reasons. And so the two pieces of the columbarium are currently in place. The center one with the etching of the actual building is to come, and they've requested this additional wording. It wasn't in the original what council had approved, so I'm just back here seeking approval of that additional wording on behalf of the donors.
Thank you for that. And any questions or comments? Your worship.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. And it's just really a comment more than anything. I of course, I support this. But I wonder in a way why it has to come to council for something like this. If this is something that could be delegated to, just query. It's a query, and our CAO, I think, might be jumping in.
Thank you, Chair. You're not chairing right now, sorry. Your worship. We had this discussion when the report came through. I had the same question. It seemed at the time like such a little change, but having said that, when the original report was presented to council, it was very clear what the monument would look like, and to etch individuals' names on a permanent structure is actually a big deal. So that's why we're back here today. Thank you.
All right. No further comments or questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you, everyone. It's carried. On to the next motion, moved by Corey Clark, seconded by Nancy Alcock. It is recommended the committee direct Operations Protective Services staff to convene the 9-member Church Management Board required by the 1951 agreement to discuss the dissolution of the 1951 agreement. And further, that committee directs staff to continue to restrict the use of Pittman's Bay property and facilities for the purpose of conducting youth programs only for the 24 and 25 calendar years until such time as staff have had the opportunity to address the 1951 agreement. And further, that committee directs staff to develop policy and bylaw for council to consider that would govern the use of Pittman's Bay property in such a way as to maintain the spirit of the 1951 agreement, using the Pittman's Bay property for identified youth purposes programming only. And further, that committee directs staff to consult with youth groups regarding the development of said policy and bylaw. Excuse me. Director Ukivi.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. To committee, this is a follow-up and a report that was committed to some time ago. There have been a number of reports over the years related to Pittman's Bay, and this issue has been open for a long time. I've provided the background in the report. I'm not going to be doing a summary here. I'm going to be referring particularly to the 1951. The purpose of that background, it reiterated a previous report that I did in the last term of council, but for the new members to have the background in detail, I've included that here. So 2 parts. The first part is kind of the work that we've done in terms of the background and analysis on it, and then the request of council to conduct public consultations, so presenting the report, the results of the public consultation. So I'll present kind of that background research and the recommendation, and my counterpart here today, Colleen, will present the results of the public consultation that was conducted. Bottom line, we're looking to work with the church groups. The bottom line here is that the 1951 agreement is still in full force and effect, legally speaking. It is a restrictive agreement for us. It restricts the town from exploring other options for the use of Pittman's Bay. When we went through that, any kind of changes to use would have to go through that council currently of the churches. So at minimum, we need to get the council of churches together to at least regularly to discuss Pittman's Bay, but I think we also need to go through and perhaps get ourselves out of that 1951 agreement to allow a lot more flexibility for planning going forward. It's not to say that we would necessarily change the use, but that would be the direction of council and the various different committees involved. One comment that I need to make clear kind of openly is the question of the sale of that property. That was one option that we had to consider. in the range of various different options. It is not necessarily one that anybody wants, the public doesn't want, council doesn't want that, and I want to make that clear. However, when we look at the spectrum of everything available to us, that is one item on the table, and we needed to really dig into all options related to Pittman's Bay property. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Colleen to give a summary of what the public said, including related to the sale of the property, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. And we did have a public meeting. It was very well attended. We had a fantastic response to the survey as well, the online survey. So we were, I would say we were very successful in getting feedback from the community. The color pie charts don't lie. When the question was asked, should we consider selling it? It was a very, very resounding answer. And that's what we needed to know. So that's why the question was asked. So that was a significant theme that came out of the survey responses. No to sale of the land, continued use for youth programming, and the other one that was a fairly strong response was that some unrestricted public access to the property. And so, you know, it's a sizable piece of property. The potential is you know, whatever gets decided around this table, but there is quite a lot of potential. So we bring you the survey results and certainly look forward to what the future the possibilities that might come with that. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
But just before we go to the questions, the one thing that I'd like to add here is that the timeline related to the restrictions that we're requesting of 24 and 25 season is a generous timeline owing to the fact that we don't know what we don't know at this point in terms of getting the church groups together, what those meetings would look like, how long that process would take prior to making a decision. So that's the reason for that timeline.
Okay, I'll go to questions or comments, and Councillor Cloutier, and Your Worship.
Through you, Chair. Colleen, you did an amazing job of that meeting. Things got a little heated at times, and you were able to settle them all down, especially when they all thought everything was going to be sold. So, do we know yet if the churches still want to be involved in the committee? I know that was one of the topics there, but do we know whether they still actually want to be involved in the committee?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. The church groups were involved in the kind of, I forget what it's called, but like the late teens of the 2017, 2018. I would suggest that there probably is, but given the public eyes on this particular property and this issue, I think that the churches would like to have their say. But that is part of the timeline in terms of reaching out to the 9 different, or I guess there is 9 members, but the various different churches to actually find out what the appetite is for convening that committee.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and thank you both for the great report. I have one comment, one question. The comment is I'm very glad that you clarified the whole issue around would people like us to sell the property, because certainly I know from my perspective and around the table's perspective that was never part of any discussion. I want the public to know that and I understand that you wanted that clarification, and now you know. Now we go forward and we really roll up our sleeves and we know it's an unbelievable public resource and we value it for that. So thank you for that clarification. The question I have is very simple, and I really like this part of the motion with respect to committee direct staff to consult with youth groups regarding the development of the said policy and bylaw. So is there a sense of what that might look like in that consultation? Have you established a list of youth groups or what that might look like?
Through you, Chair Fitzgerald, we don't have a list, but informally we have had contact particularly with Mr. James Hunt and his group to kind of look at use and a little bit of discussion around that. I know that there is interest. There have been other informal discussions about reaching out to Boy Scouts, the scouting movement in Canada, Scouts Canada. I know that informally, I've just on the street had conversations with people that used to be involved in scouting and their interest in it. So there is an interest, but I don't have that list yet.
Well, just a quick vote. Thank you for that. And as you said, it makes all the sense in the world that you have James Hunt involved in this, and his direction is very much appreciated in this. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and thank you both. Mine is just a comment to say that I really appreciate the back work in the report. I did a lot of reading, and it was a lot of reading to get through it, but it really gave, for someone like me who's new to the council, something that, a background history. So I really appreciate that information that was included, so thank you for that. And I think going forward, it's going to be, it'll be still a great community asset, and I think we'll still continue to work with the churches and the groups to work forward to it. So, but thank you for that.
Any other further questions or comments? Councillor Morrison.
Quickly, thank you, and through you, Chair. I just wonder, with the church groups, obviously we need to honor, which is what you're doing, honor the original intent and everything else. This approach is obviously going to be made in a certain way. Is there a plan that you're going to present to them? So, like, we want to replace our agreement with a different setup, and in that plan would it be, okay, we're going to have like an advisory group of, say, James and a couple of youth groups, and could then they stay on as advisors? If that would be a bit of a caveat, or is it cut ties, move on? So I'm just wondering what would be presented to entice them to say bye-bye.
Great question.
Through you, Chair
Director
Fitzgerald. That is the plan. This is going to be, again, I've asked for a long timeline on this, so it's going to be a very consultative approach. It's going to include multiple groups, the church groups, and what the actual work related to that, whether it's ad hoc committees, public consultations, whatever it is that we're conducting along the way, we will be including everybody and making sure that we come back regularly to council to get guidance in terms of what that looks like.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Armour. I saw your hand half raised over there.
There you go. Thanks very much, Chair. This is the same topic. My understanding used to be a family used to go to Pittman's Bay every spring, and they used to do a major cleanup. And in return for their efforts, we used to give them a weekend of camping for their family. Has there been any consultation with that family, or is that just going to be discontinued from now on?
Through you, Chair. So I expected to see them at the public meeting, and I didn't. So to my knowledge, they may have taken the survey and contributed their input that way. But I haven't specifically heard from any of the members of that group.
I think Director Ukivi would like to add to that.
And through you, Chair Fitzgerald, I'm going to supplement the information. I have been in contact with the family through email, and discussions relate to the inability to properly ensure the work that's being done on public property. There are specific requirements and an indemnification and legal agreements that they would have to enter into do even the nature of the work that they were talking about. It's no different than any other user group doing work on municipal property. Given that that's the complexity there, I've stated that they can no longer do the work and that agreement is closed.
Any further questions or comments? I have a few things I would like to add to the conversation. And I think the first one would be that it's great that we're focusing on youth and we're focusing on youth groups. In the survey results, I see a lot of youth that have had the opportunity to use the facility that aren't part of a group. They're part of a family group that is extended. So I think I just want to make sure that we represent the youth of the community that are not part of a so-called youth group, because they've enjoyed the use for the last 30 years, and I want it to be a consideration moving forward that they're still included in the process. The other thing was we have lost revenue there over the last 2 years. Is there an opportunity to come up with a hybrid where we still are able to generate some revenue, either early season, late season, come up with a hybrid model? Because I think there still is an opportunity for those other said groups to use it, and including youth, and still have some revenue to offset maintenance, grass cutting, and repairs, improvements, that kind of thing. So I would like that to be a consideration, and I'm sure that will garner some more comments or questions around the table. So I'll ask Director Yakivi to respond first, and then we'll go around.
To you, Chair, the short answer is it depends. So if you read the background, a large part of the consideration here is what the town is permitted to deliver in terms of services and what we're insured for. So, for example, the camping prohibition relates to the fact that the town is not in the business of running a campground, and we're not insured for that purpose. So, on the one hand, based on the direction of council, we can pretty much open that up to whatever use we would like. However, we'll have to do the background legwork in terms of legal work, insurance work, make sure that whatever the use is a permitted use by the town.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and you're right, that does bring up a thought. I would love to see that property be able to be used for camping because we were a family that used it for reunions. However, it doesn't seem congruent with the public consultation. Like if you think of it being open for general public use, when we were there is when I really realized how amazing Pittman's Bay is. It's like you're at the tropics. The beach is amazing. It's such an amazing spot. But then we were the only family using it that weekend. Like nobody else was allowed to come there. So I think it goes against the grain of the survey results. As much as it might raise us a couple of $1,000s in May or June, I think it'd be better used at opening it up to everybody. Just my thoughts.
CEO Corey would like to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to be clear, the recommendation before committee today does not direct staff to consider that as a permitted use. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
Your Worship.
Thank you for all of those comments. I was just, I hear you on the camping for sure, and renting it out for exclusive use. I think, Councillor Morrison, you've hit the nail on the head. If as soon as you rent it out to one family and that's it, then we're going against the grain of where we want to go. Having said that, if there are times where the park isn't being used and it's a large park, that if, I noticed in the survey, lots of people had used it for special events, a wedding or something like that. I don't know if it doesn't conflict with the goal of using it for youth purposes. If there is a way to have an element of that, I don't know, or am I wavering way off the goal? I'm looking at Colleen, maybe.
Director Yakivi.
Through you, Chair. We would need to first take that step of the dissolution of the 1951 agreement. That would be the cornerstone, and then that opens it up to those permitted uses.
And I think that's a great answer. Okay.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. Yeah, I would concur. I think let's tackle what we have before us here now, and then maybe, depending on how the agreement goes, look at other options. Attending that meeting, there were a few people who checked yes to overnight camping, but realized after that was a broad solution, that they meant overnight youth camping, not necessarily overnight, family reunions, that kind of thing. It was also brought up the idea of, is this similar to Rivermill Park, where it's a dry venue? So if you're having a wedding, great, but then there's the issue of alcohol, all of those things, right? So it's just kind of looking at what is that scope and what do we want to do. to Councillor Morrison's part, it's been a great venue for some of these families to come and be able to have that experience, and I don't negate that fact, but I don't know if that is the direction we want to get into, being an overnight park where, like, we had families at that meeting say fireworks are going off, all kinds of things, and it's disturbing their life on their property as well. So just things to consider.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Any further questions or comments? CAO Corey.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. So just to be very clear, I think in an effort to ensure that when we start discussions with the churches regarding the 51 agreement, we need to be very clear on the scope, because it would really not reflect very well if we did say we're negotiating on the 51 agreement and maintaining the spirit, and then we change our minds after that. So I think it's really important, if there's something different that you're looking for the potential use, we know what that is now, because we want to have that information when we meet with the group.
I think you're probably referring to my comments, and I was referring to mostly youth that are not part of a group. So how do we create individual youth that aren't part of a group access and use of the property? And then I'll go to your worship.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. My comments were just in response to that, but no, I support the motion that's before us exactly. And I think, as Director Ukivi said, the first step is to get out of the original agreement. And very clearly, there's lots of public support for open public access. This is a major jewel. We all need to share it. And so I absolutely support the essence of this note. Perhaps we got a little off track with, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Cloutier?
Through you, Chair. I'd like to see somebody attached to the Pittman's Bay title as a youth and outdoor education center. I think that's would be a lot better handle to put on it than facility. That way there it covers the youth that used it and not part of groups or whatever, but something, whatever, we can move different things down there for us to use. So.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cloutier. I guess last comment I have about this before I call the question is, let's be sure to include the Lake Association in any consultation. Okay, you heard the motion. No further questions or comments. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. And moving right along, I have moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Nancy Alcock. It is recommended the committee direct staff to engage in consultation with local area property owners along the Highway 60 corridor to explore options for securing dedicated pedestrian thoroughfare for connecting Fairview Drive to Highway 60. Director Ukivi.
Through you, Chair, to committee. I've asked Colleen McDonald to join me for the next two reports as our new operations manager for roads. And this will have a fairly large impact on that.
Congratulations.
And Colleen will be instrumental in her new role with the town in making sure that a lot of this work gets carried through and continues. So that's why I've asked her to stick with me here. So there's a lot of work that's been happening related to Highway 60, although not been reported on publicly. Admittedly, it's kind of behind the scenes, a lot of bureaucratic work with the MTO. That corridor, in order to do work along the corridor, we require MTO permission to do if there is work. And the types of work that we can do is very, very restricted. An example of that are the shoulders along Highway 60. We are not permitted to do work along those shoulders, to clear it, and so forth. And admittedly, having done site visits with a few different councillors now over the last little bit, having a look at it, they do look like sidewalks. They are paved shoulders and they have that appearance, look and feel, but that is not the engineered purpose for those. There are possibilities, and we have worked with the MTO, and they are open to discussions related to putting in sidewalks set back from Highway 60 along their corridor. And that, the first step to that is actually having the proper Ontario government assessments done, operational reviews of the road, looking at multiple different factors related to the highway, and from those reviews come a series of recommendations that we can then put into effect. And then we can enter into discussions about what an agreement would look like. We do have agreements with the MTO to have various different structures on their corridor. The Hunters Bay Trail is an example where we do encroach onto the Highway 11 corridor, and we have several agreements related to that in place. So we can work this. It is possible, but the sidewalks would be 100% a town initiative that would need to be funded through the town once we get the proper permissions to put it in there. There is other work underway. I think I'm going to highlight just a couple of things before I get into quickly the ask. I do meet with the MTO on a regular basis. We have a regular schedule, and that is to ensure that all of the reviews and work that the MTO is doing in the background stays on track. And I think that that's probably the biggest, most important thing is to make sure that we're progressing there. And then the Active Transportation and Public Transit Committee is working on options and ideas, as we heard from Councillor Stone earlier, related to various different walking trails and paths in and around that Highway 60 corridor area. With that, you know, I'm actually excited, and I share the excitement of some of the councillors around the table here who brought an option or options, potential options to my attention in terms of even a temporary solution, and then a more and working towards a more permanent solution related to a connection of Ferryview to Highway 60. And you know, can't get into particular details because we may be needing to enter into negotiations with various parties related to it. However, there are different options that we need to explore, and staff need council's direction to start engaging to move that file forward. So that is the essence of this report, is to look for that direction from council or from committee to move forward with engaging with to explore different options for making that connection quickly.
Thank you, Director Ukivi, and I will go to questions. I think I saw Councillor Stone's hand go up first.
Thank you very much. So I know this isn't going to be ratified for another month, and I don't know whether we can give tacit approval to go ahead and contact these local property owners before it's ratified. One other thing that's not mentioned here is the communication to the residents in that area that last winter were walking on the highway. How are we going to communicate with them before the snow flies?
Director Ukivi.
Through you, Chair, we'll be developing a communications plan based on discussions that I've had with councillors as well as at the Active Transportation Committee to make those connections through our communications department.
What was your worship? I think you were next.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I snuck my hand in there. One on the ratification, both the CAO and our deputy clerk work back and forth here, and I think there's a possibility we could take the minutes to Planning Council, which would at least be the middle of the month, to get that going. And I probably spoke out of turn, but let's work on that, right? And a solution around that. The other thing is, and I absolutely support you going ahead and starting the discussion with the one piece of property which I think is MTO. We thought it was district, but it's MTO, so that's great. That fits in with your discussions, and so that's great. That's more of the longer term solution, but there's a shorter term solution, which is the private property owner where we might, No, there isn't a, okay.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Your
so
Worship.
we-
Any other
no,
questions or
No, sorry. But while you're talking to MTO, because this is a very exciting thing, and we are looking to get something in place for this winter, right? We don't want people walking down the middle of Highway 60, and we think that it is quite doable. But when we walked it, MTO needs to repaint their crosswalk along Highway 60 because it's half gone. So that's one. And actually, one of their buttons for the crosswalk on one side doesn't seem to be working. The other side, it works. It could be us, but I wouldn't mind if you could follow up with them on that as well.
Would you like to respond, Director Yukiri?
Through you, Chair. Just a couple of things there. The line painting and the push button, those will be through our customer service rep with the MTO. They're very responsive. I should be able to get that stuff taken care of. With respect to this coming winter and solutions for this coming winter, there are a number of options that we can explore in the area geographically and that we will be looking into very clearly.
Thank you very much for that. I was a little speedy with my, thank you very much.
And then with the longer term plan, absolutely, that is part of the discussions. That is what we're talking about is the small ravine on the north side, or sorry, on the northeast side of Highway 60 there, that runs under Highway 60 that is a drainage corridor for Highway 60. So that would be something that we would be looking at.
Thank you for that. Any, Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I'm very pleased to see this report come to council, and absolutely really like the idea of engaging the private property owners in the area. I think that we will be able to solve hopefully this problem far sooner than later than the MTO will be able to solve it. So I think that involving the private landowners in that area, I'm really optimistic, hopefully, that we'll be able to come to a solution there before the snow flies. And we know it was brought to council's attention through a large petition that came here, and that was one of the major items of concern in the petition. And I know that nobody around the table here today, everybody thinks that is an absolute concern, safety issue, and we, I think as a council, are committed to try to solve it as best we can and as quickly as we can.
Any further questions or comments? You heard the resolution. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, everyone. And we have Director Yukiri on the hot seat still. We have a for information only report regarding winter maintenance and control operations. Director Yukiri and Colleen, I'm sure you're here for backup as well. Go ahead.
Through you, Chair. Colleen is here because I am transitioning this one to her completely. So this is just a quick information report to discuss a number of different changes to really highlight that the input from council and from the public into the operations and how we conduct those operations is absolutely critical. We've had a number of concerns raised, particularly about winter operations and the quality, and that the quality and quantity of winter control operations has been sliding a little bit over the past 2 to 3 years when we're looking at kind of the trending within in the complaint system or the service request system. All that to say, coming up with a new way of delivering winter control operations. It's moving in the direction of a data driven results. We're engaging with use of technology, artificial intelligence to draw new plowing routes. We're looking at making sure that our snow clearing, which is the snow plowing, and the snow removal, which is the removal of the snow banks from around town, is happening on a more regular basis, more predictable basis, and that there's sound rationale for everything that we're doing related to winter control operations moving forward. We'll also be looking, we're transitioning our GPS system to a new model that provides far more detail. It's providing details such as the actual volume of sand and salt that we're dropping. So for environmental concerns, when we're looking at that, and inventory control, and then kind of the maintenance of liability for the town, having that detail is critical for us moving forward. The GPS unit that we're actually looking at would potentially also be available to the public in terms of where the plows are in real time. And prior to the full implementation of the GPS, the staff plan is to bring the company here to do a demonstration of actually what the capabilities are for council and the public to see, so that you know what to expect. So that's the rest of the information in terms of the changes that we're looking at implementing are in the report, and I look forward to any questions that you might have related to winter operations.
Thank you, Director Yukivi, and I will go to any comments or questions. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick questions, actually. Weekend coverage. I noticed the schedule is Monday to Friday. What's the plan for the weekend coverage?
Through you, Chair, we've always had weekend coverage. It's an on-call or standby. We are bound to the terms of the collective agreement in terms of any scheduling that we do, and the operators, the scheduling for the operators is Monday to Friday, within the context that we're starting now to try and provide 24-hour services. On weekends, they're on callback or on standby. There will always be a dedicated crew. Should there be a requirement for snow clearing on weekends, we would bring in that crew for that period of time.
Okay, so that would be the whole crew to do all routes, or would we just be concentrating on major areas, like I'm thinking something like Wilmasport Road and places like that are pretty tricky for someone?
Through you, Chair, that depends. It depends on the nature of what we're talking about. If it's a storm similar to what we experienced over the holiday season last year, it's all hands on deck. All of this goes out, and we figure out how best to do it as quickly and safely as possible. If it's a routine plowing operation, on weekends we have one full crew on standby that would then spend 1 or 2 days doing the entire route map.
Any further comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Armour.
I noticed in the report under the consultation aspect, there was no lead hands or stuff like that. You actually had the engineers and HR department. I'm just wondering just so we all know here, what was the buy-in, or is there a buy-in from staff, or what are we expecting going down the road?
Through you, Chair. I will say that right now we are working with the union through a regular process to address some concerns that have been raised by operators related to the schedule in particular. In terms of the discussions really for how we're rolling out plow routes, so on and so forth, we're doing that through our regular operating meetings and operating channels. And it's going to be heavily involving the operations manager, kind of coordinating those discussions moving forward. And we've got a lot of input in terms of the experience and how that rolls out moving forward.
Thank you for that. One more follow-up? Go ahead.
Just more comment. I have to admit, though, I'm glad to see that we're going to have a full crew working around the clock and just not have 2 on evenings, or I guess early night. But hopefully we see a huge improvement in snow off the roads this winter.
Your Worship.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. It's really a follow-up to the Deputy Mayor's question around the consultation. So from what I am understanding, even though the lead hands or whoever were not identified in the consultation, but in fact, they did have some input.
Through you, Chair, I just want to correct kind of operations. We don't have lead hands at this point. Okay, so we do have a working format. Yes, representatives from the operations team. Yes.
were consulted.
I think I'm going to go to Councillor Renwick, and the CEO had a comment, and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and through you to Director Kiwi. Is this a pilot project, or is this something that you, like, are we going to try it for 3 years, or are we just trying it for 1 year to see what the benefits are from a service performance?
Through you, Chair. No, it's not a pilot project, in short. This is an operational change. It's an operating decision made by the division in terms of how to meet council-directed service levels in the town. Is it subject to change? Absolutely. Nothing is a closed book. That's the nature of operations, is that we have to, based on what's changing in front of us, we have to adapt the operations to changing conditions all the time. Changing conditions could be the weather in front of us that day, or it could be the growth of the town over a long period of time, but we have to adapt the operations to make sure we continue to meet, at minimum, the minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways.
Perfect. Your Worship, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. It really is a follow-up to actually the last question, comment, and the deputy mayors, and I'm back to the consultation piece. And I recognize that we were down somebody to, in essence, get a solid feedback from the crew that are actually going to do the plowing. And I'm really thrilled that you are now joined by your manager of operations. So, maybe it's an opportunity to try and ensure that we do have feedback on this new system from the group that will be implementing it. And I'm seeing a big nod, so that's really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I skipped over the CAO. I apologize. Madam CAO.
No problem, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a follow-up with the questions that have gone around the table regarding consultation with staff. So it's a really difficult fine line to try to balance how much we engage and how much we don't engage. So our preface is obviously to engage our teams and to find out what works and what they can support and how they think they can help assist moving the operations forward in a positive way. But the fine line is there does become a tipping point where we, as your senior leadership team and management, need to make some decisions that are in the best interest of the community. And that doesn't always get supported by our teams. That's the only way to put it. So what we can tell you is that when we changed the operations a few years ago, it was very much supported. That's where we had the 2 shifts and we had 2 people on at night. And I'm sure all of us can remember last winter, that didn't work. So we have really put a lot of thought and consideration into this about, how can we balance what is good and supportive of our team versus what our community needs. So the decision was made on that basis that we do need to provide an improved level of service. Certainly over last year, it was a crazy year, but we just couldn't keep up. So I do feel very confident what's been proposed by the director and will be supported by the manager is that we're going to give it a try. And I think what we have to tell our team is we need to try this. We'll work with them the best that we can to make sure that, and I don't want to speak out of turn, but maybe we're talking to them about what shift works best for you, how can we accommodate personal life schedules, like we will have those conversations. But our community needs 3 shifts right now. So we'll do it for the year. We'll be back at the end of the season to tell you how it went. I will tell you we do have some staff that are not very happy with the change, but we will work diligently with them to try to make this a very smooth transition.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to see this report come to council as well. And of course, as the Chaffey Ward councillor, received a lot of complaints, snow complaints last winter. Just a few. For sure, Christmas was a concern, but I definitely received complaints well into the winter after Christmas, so it wasn't just the Christmas storm that was a concern as far as snow. So I think the 24-hour coverage during the week is a good idea. I think that has the potential to improve our situation. I would echo some of the concerns that Deputy Mayor Armour stated about the weekends. if we get 6 inches of snow, for example, overnight on a Friday night, I'm hoping that we'd be able to clear the roads in the same way on the weekends as during the week, because a lot of our rural residents need to get in and out of rural roads during the weekend just as much as they need to get in and out of a road during the week. So I'm hoping that the plan will be able to address that situation as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any further questions or comments? Thank you both. Good luck. Appreciate your efforts, and I look forward to more efficient snow removal. I'm supposed to pass over to Deputy Mayor, but I think while I'm chair, I'm going to call a lunch break. It seems appropriate. A half-hour break, as is dictated in our bylaws. A half-hour break for lunch. Yes. Welcome back, everyone. I think we exceeded our 30-minute break, but I'd like everyone to take note of the power of the chair when next time they have it. And I will pass the divisional report on to Deputy Mayor Armour to take over as chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzgerald. We're lucky enough to have Laura McDermott here from the Economic Development Officer. And I do have a recommendation here. It is moved by Bob Stone, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Bob Stone. Explorer's Edge, RT012, is proposing a new model of housing called Catalyst Housing, which offers subsidized housing as well as work-integrated career and life skills trainings in return for working in the regional tourism and hospitality industry for a short-term period. And whereas $15,000 was budgeted in the 2023 budget for business retention and expansion, funded through the municipal tax accommodation tax, and whereas Huntsville is the ideal location to launch this regional model with so many tourist accommodators, and now therefore it be recommended that committee approve collaboration with Explorer's Edge, RT012 Catalyst Housing Project in the town of Huntsville. And we had an earlier deputation on this, so the floor is yours.
So through you, Chair Armour. So as presented earlier today, Explorer's Edge RTO12 is proposing a new model of housing called Catalyst Housing, which offers subsidized housing as well as work-integrated career and life skills training in return for working in the regional tourism and hospitality industry for a short-term period. And that's exactly what James and Kate spoke to today. So with Huntsville leading the way in tourism accommodation providers, the opportunity to partner on this project was a natural fit. Not only does this concept support the tourism and hospitality industry, it also is a potential model that may support other fields and needs of workers such as healthcare and trades. So by supporting this pilot project at the municipal level, the Economic Development Department can assist RTO12 in gathering labor gap information, which is relevant to business retention and expansion, known as BR&E. So having this data collected is valuable from a BR&E standpoint, regardless of the project, so it is a good use of funds because we're getting Huntsville-specific data about the existing labor gaps. So this partnership would see the town sharing the cost of research, which is unique to Huntsville, with RTO12, and it would be funded through the BR&E line of the approved 2023 MAT budget, so therefore there's no cost to taxpayers. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the committee? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Armour. Really more of a comment, and I would say I absolutely support this, no question. And I did have a chance to speak with RTO12 earlier, and one of the reasons is they talked about how great, Lauren, it's been working with you, and that they've spent many months working with you on this. And so, one, I'm thrilled that Huntsville is the pilot. And they said there are a lot of different factors for that. You know, other businesses that, as they mentioned earlier, that have stepped up. They also said we have an economic development officer who gets it. So I want to say thank you and absolutely support this report.
Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Armour. And through you to Lauren. Thank you for this report, Lauren. I am 100% in favor of this as well. My question to you is, does the $15,000 that comes out of the 2023 budget for BR&E, does that deplete our budget for the BR&E, or do we have more in the budget?
Okay, through you, Chair Armour, I will try my best to answer this, and if needed, I will call on the director. However, there is $15,000 for the BR&E that is for the MAT funds. And so once that's used up, that has no impact to the taxpayers because it's already part of our MAT. And then in the following year, it could be looked at to be replenished because it's part of the MAT. Yeah, so there are projects that are associated, right? So each year you would have that line and then moving forward. So this is just a natural fit that goes quite well with what actually business retention and expansion is. And this is just advising council where we're spending our money this year.
So if I may, just further, so you're saying that, I completely agree with what you're saying and I understand that, but is there any other funding in the BR&E? Or is this, the 15,000 is just what's been allocated and that sort of depletes that budget? That's my question.
Yeah. So through you, Chair Armour, that is correct. So for 2023, that's it for the BR&E.
Thanks for that. Councillor Schumacher.
Mine's more of a comment. Totally support this. I do remember, I believe it was last term, we did have a consultant come in on economic development. And one of the things that kind of hit home for me was that Huntsville is a tourist town and people come here for a reason. We don't really need to keep spending more and more money for people to come to a community that they already do. What we need to spend the money on is the infrastructure and the businesses and all of the things that we do have here to keep people coming here. And that's what I really like about this strategy, is that taking that idea that, you know, tourism is one of our main industries, but also looking at, as you say, branching out to other aspects. And the other piece that I've always really wanted as a councillor is the opportunity for youth to stay in our community. So if this breeds that opportunity for youth to stay and be able to work and live in our community instead of going elsewhere to find a job, I'm totally supportive.
That's great.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and through you. Obviously a huge fan of this for a whole pile of reasons. One concern, which I'll bring up in a second, but one thing I do love about it seems like it's transitionary housing. And it sounds like they hope to get somebody into maybe an entry-level job, and then by the end of the 2 years, they're all of a sudden doing really well. Because there's a misnomer that tourism jobs are low-paying. Some of them are, no different than some retail and food and beverage, but there are some extremely high-paying tourism jobs in this town. Managers, directors, general managers. So I love that. The one concern I have, and I mean, we're probably early stages because we're just going to spend money on consultation at this point, is the Landlord-Tenant Act. And maybe it's something for you to consider when you guys are meeting, but just like renting out an Airbnb for a couple months in the winter, once you're in a residential tenancy situation, it's hard to get people out. So if this is truly transitionary and somebody says, well, I'm not leaving after 2 years, then there might be a hiccup with that. So just something to consider if it's going to be truly transitionary. That's all.
Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. The tourism side is great. Is there anything on the business development as far as the technical, as far as helping carpenters, plumbers, all that stuff? Has any thought been put into that?
So through you, Chair Armour. It actually, it's quite interesting how they're starting to look at it and that's why we're getting that data now. So that's what that $15,000 is, to do the research with Environics to get a study done to identify where the labor gaps are. So perhaps it is identifying, okay, you know, apprentices, they need places, or maybe that's what's impacting them, or someone needs daycare in order to work. So those questions we're hoping to get from that data. And then I do know that Explorers Edge has been actively partnering and working with the MAOHT, which is the Muskoka Area Ontario Healthcare team, to discuss about perhaps even having spaces for healthcare and doctors and incorporating that in, and as well as incorporating opportunities for apprenticeship or building, construction, that kind of thing. And it's really important to note too that when you attract like a family, they're going to have different jobs too. Like a partner might have a different career field as well. So this whole like Catalyst housing concept is really exciting because they're training individuals to support the current existing tourism and hospitality positions, but their partner, spouse, or whoever, or children could then go out and support other sectors within the town. And I really like that, and I'm just going off here now, that I'm really excited about how they're looking at, you know, women's issues and incorporating perhaps, you know, daycare and things like that, and trying to look at it from a whole ecosystem. So it's how does it all work? This is the first step, though, on just focusing on the data and the labor gaps that currently exist. So as we move forward, I'm excited to see what Explorers Edge will propose.
Great answer.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any other questions around the table? Not seeing any. I guess I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thanks very much. I guess you're staying with us for now and being Director is going to come sit with you on this one. So this is 8.2.2. It's a report number DEV 2023-90, Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association, or HMATA, next steps. And I do have a recommendation with this one too. It's moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It's recommended that committee direct staff to prepare a new transfer payment agreement with the terms ending on December 31st, 2025, including the recommend changes as outlined in the report DEV 2023-90, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign. So it's all yours.
Okay, through you, Chair Armour. So since staff received direction from committee to engage in the transfer payment agreement earlier this year, discussions with HMATA began, and town staff and the HMATA board, which is the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax Association, so I'll use HMATA for short, have worked collaboratively back and forth to discuss the agreement. The report highlights here were the consensus that has been achieved with the board. There are a few different items that the board did not come to a consensus on, which is noted in the report. So that would be the advisory bubble and the 25% discount. And if council is okay with the outlined recommendations, the next steps would be to go away and work on the TPA, which is the transfer payment agreement, and we should be ready to implement end of December, where the old TPA will expire and they can begin with their DMO.
Perfect. Do we have any questions? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Armour. Lauren, could you just update or expand what the advisory bubble would be? Is that staff being part of this?
So through you, Chair Armour, it would be a collection of different roles, so including those in, tourism, like Muskoka Tourism, Explorers Edge, even a sports individual who has like sports and events. So that would have to be defined, and that would be on the board to kind of create and work together on.
Do you have any more questions around the table? I just think this is great, this new agreement coming through, so job well done. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes. Thanks very much. So now we're going to move on to 8.2.3. Laura's staying with us again. This time you're joining with Lisa, and this is a report on DEV-2023-21 wayfinding update for fall of 2023.
Rookie mistake. Sorry about that.
It's the mute button.
Through you, Chair Armour. The report in front of you today is for information only, and it's a project update on the wayfinding. The report highlights project backgrounds, where we are at, and next steps, as well as the attached details for the wayfinding designs, the sign system, and the 3 hardware options from which we are currently seeking pricing on. Lauren and I will provide a few highlights for you today, and then we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, through you, Chair Armour. A bit of background is that the 2019-2023 strategic plan identified completion of the wayfinding signage as a strategic priority. So consultants were engaged, and a wayfinding strategy was developed with significant community consultation. And then within that strategy, the wayfinding system proposed 8 circuits with 4 groups that could be installed independently of each other. So the recommendation to start with Circuit A was approved back in January 2022. And in order to begin on the physical fabrication of the wayfinding signage for Circuit A, the community brand needed to be finalized so that the look and feel would be incorporated into the visual design and therefore enhance the sense of placemaking. So I'm going to hand it back over to Lisa now.
I'm just jumping around. So firstly, we'd like to highlight Circuit A. Town Council approved Circuit A to be the first phase of the wayfinding to be completed. Circuit A locations are primarily vehicular with parking. The main purpose of Circuit A is to guide vehicles off highways to main areas of interest that have been previously identified, as well as to parking lots in those areas. The map on page 39 of your agenda shows the types of signs, where they're going to be installed, and the road and networks from primary to secondary. Secondly, I'd like to highlight what our signs will look like and the design of the family of sign system. This is a system of signs that has been strategically designed for Huntsville to use from vehicle wayfinding through to pedestrian signage of our parks and on our trails. It is also a system that has been designed to be adaptive for future uses that are not currently identified in the wayfinding strategy. Like for instance, if we wanted to develop cycling routes or items identified in the waterfront development strategy or community services master plan. It also addresses important elements such as active transportation, like walking distances, and accessible features. Essentially, this is our foundation for municipal signage in our community, and it sets the visual experience, ensures consistency, and builds trust. The community brand was an integral part of the project and is incorporated by the use of the logo, the adaptation of the core colors, and the modern look and feel. It is important to note that the colors from the brand have been modified for accessibility on signage. In addition, I'd like to call attention to the development of the core wayfinding clusters. The use of area clusters or districts is a primary practice used in North America wayfinding systems. They're not boundaries, they're not borders. They are areas that represent an area's character or like activities. So an example of this in Toronto might be the Distillery District. With consultation from stakeholders, the core clusters for Huntsville in this circuit are Downtown, Summit Center, The Lookout, and Heritage Place. Each cluster has its own color, and each sign for that area will use that color. So if you're parking in downtown Huntsville, your downtown sign will pick up on that blue. But if you're downtown and you want to walk to the Lookout, you would look for that green, and those signs would change color within that core cluster. Just bring it back, and this is another example of how that would look in various elements throughout the whole signage system. And finally, I'll hand it back over to Lauren to speak about the next steps.
Okay, so for the next steps, staff will report back to committee in the upcoming months on Circuit A budget estimates for fabrication and implementation. In addition, staff will report back on options for completing the remaining signage in the strategy. And there could be several ways to implement, so that either that's continuing with a circuit-by-circuit approach, or by looking into completing the signs by area clusters or their function. So just remaining, this report is for information today, and it's focused on Circuit A. So we are here to answer any questions you may have, and let us know.
Very good report. Do we have any questions? Mayor Elcock.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and thank you both for a great report. And I'm so excited that we're inching towards actually getting some wayfinding signs that will be brilliant. One of the questions I have is, it's sort of related to the earlier item with respect to the, I'll call it temporary, but the proposed pathway from Ferry View into town that is going to alleviate the problem we have with people walking on Highway 60. And I'm hopeful that by winter, before the snow flies, that pathway will be in place and people will be made aware of it. What would be really helpful is if we had some preliminary signage, maybe at the beginning, or at whatever, beginning of both ends, that indicates to people where it is, because it's a bit circuitous, you have to go down here and then whatever. So how do we do that, given you two are responsible for our wayfinding strategy?
So through you, your worship, or actually your chair, both of you.
All good.
So to speak to that, the first focus is implementing Circuit A. So we're going to go out and get quotes and information on the budgetary asks for the fabrication and installation. And then in addition to that, we will have a better idea of the costing for the remaining circuits. And if that's a priority, that could be up to council to determine the next steps on what they would want to implement. So if that's something that would be highlighted, we can absolutely include in our report back.
Just quick follow-up. Okay, so that's, in essence, you had suggested the follow-up coming back would be in a few months, couple of months. So it doesn't look like, and I appreciate the answer, Lauren, completely, but if we were trying to just even put temporary 1 or 2 signs in, something, maybe that sits outside of this from a longer term, and we're looking for our public works to put temporary sign. Is that, I'm seeing both of you nod, that would probably be a better direction.
Through you, Chair Armour, I think regarding health and safety, temporary signs would be appropriate to do outside and
Okay.
quickly.
Thank you. I'll leave it alone now then. Okay.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I'm loving the look. I can't wait for this to happen. I'm thinking about the road signs downtown, which have a very heritage-type look to it and might be incongruous to this type of signage. Do we want to also look at incorporating those signs in some way, or we let them be?
Through you, Chair, I can answer. Through you, Chair Armour. It depends what heritage signs you're speaking to. So there are signs that are currently downtown that direct to, say, Muskoka Heritage Place. We would take those down because if they're identified in Circuit A, we would want those signs to be taken down because we'll have new signs up directing to those various spots, so heritage. As we progress with the implementation plan for the remaining signs identified in the strategy, we would take down any that were repetitive because we're incorporating them in the new strategy.
Actually, just as a follow-up, so I'm talking about like the Main Street sign. The sign that says Main Street or King Street. They are very different than what we're proposing here.
Through you, Chair Armour, the road signs, so
Yeah.
Main Street, they're not in the current strategy, but we can definitely look at that. I think our direction is what's outlined in the circuits, but we can completely keep that on our radar.
And also through you, Chair, just to expand on that, I do know when the consultants were here reviewing, they did a robust identification. They walked through the streets and were noting those actual signs. So that was really great to have that considered and then also incorporated into their visuals. So we'll have to see how, once we put in Circuit A, how that's working, and then we can kind of adjust as we go forward. And of course, it's up to council to then direct from there.
Excellent. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Armour. And ladies, thank you so much. This is an amazing, I can't believe it's taken as long as it has. I think when I was still with the BIA, we were talking about wayfinding, so I am so happy that this is happening. You had mentioned that the colors from the actual Huntsville logo that we talked about, you had to sort of change the color, the value of those colors in order to accommodate the AODA. So they look a little bit more muted, and maybe it's my computer. It's unfortunate. I'm not saying it's unfortunate, it's important, obviously. But so going forward, there will be some sign that will have those bright colors on it, correct? Some of the other, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, I'll make the first comment, and then Lauren will jump in about accessibility. So yes, we want the contrast between the white font and the color to be accessible. Different materials will adapt different colors. What you're seeing on the screen and in sunlight versus shade on the street, the colors will be, they're in line with what the community brand colors are. Those community brand colors will be seen elsewhere and in market. So there will be congruency, consistency with that, and they are muted, but it's for accessibility purposes.
Go ahead.
Okay, through you, Chair. So the colors also, some of them are taken from that logo and they might exist as is, like the darker colors, some of them are there, and then some are enhanced to meet the accessibility requirements, which is, really important to have visually when people are driving. And again, as noted, it will be consistent throughout, so it's really exciting to have those colors.
If I may, just a follow-up question.
Absolutely.
From the Circuit A that you're talking about, and I apologize if I didn't get this, but is Circuit A all of the downtown, is that the whole Circuit A area, or are we just talking downtown specifically, or what is Circuit A particularly?
If I can direct your, through you, Chair,
Yep.
if I can direct your attention to page 39. It was the first slide that I brought up. Each circle on that map represents different signage type for this first circuit. It can get pretty complicated with the type of sign, but they are noted there how many of each sign we require. So coming from Main Street, there are a section of four large signs that direct you to the four different clusters. And as you get closer to downtown, you're routed to other various key attractions. So each dot on there, I think there's 41 signs in Circuit A, with parking as well.
Go ahead, Laura.
So through you, Chair, just to also enhance that, the cluster way of thinking and mapping is quite common in how they identify locations. And for comparison, if you're thinking of Toronto, think of, the distillery district, like that's a cluster, right? So when you're in there, you know what you're experiencing in that area. Or another example is High Park, like Trinity Bellwoods. Like, so thinking of those kind of cluster areas, and that's what we're doing here. It's just identifying those clusters. And Circuit A will hit the downtown as well as our lovely Muskoka Heritage Place and Canada Summit Center. So that will be the main focus, as it will have a large draw for visitors. So that's why we recommended it in the beginning as our first starting point, because it'll be those who are trying to get downtown for shopping or go to the ice rink or Lions Lookout, et cetera. So that's our main focus for Circuit A. And then as we continue to do those additional circuits, and that'll be up for council to discuss and determine the next approach.
Very good. Do you have any other questions? Well, that was just for information. Thank you very much. Excellent. Looking forward to it. So we have a new person coming, so we're going to 8.2.4. We have Katie coming up, I believe. Good morning, Lisa. So this is report number DEV 2023-106. That's the Town of Huntsville Communications Strategy. And I have a recommendation here. It's moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Morrison. It's recommended that committee approve the draft Town of Huntsville Communications Strategy for 2023 and beyond. And further that, staff be directed to develop, execute, and implement a plan to support the strategy. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Harmer. The report in front of you is requesting approval of the draft comm strategy for the Town of Huntsville. This strategy is an objective of our current strategic plan and was developed through research and an in-depth SWOT analysis, so strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of our current communication landscape. It should be noted that this document will be an integral framework for the Marketing and Communications Department. However, it will also govern the entire municipality, both internally and externally. And I'm going to hand it over to Katie to provide some executive summary.
Yeah, so for the executive summary, first off, we kind of outline what is good communication, and that really comes down to managing relationships, both internally and externally. So that means with the public and with staff. And at a municipal level, that means that we, as communications, as a department, are highly trusted and integrated within the organization. So that means all the departments kind of understand what we do, why we do it, and when to engage with us. So when we are engaged, we can help develop strategy and guide that direction rather than just simply executing tactics. It means that we're being more purposeful in how we're communicating. And then in times of crisis, when issues arise, we can respond with better quality responses because we are so integrated and informed. So from a community level, what stakeholders need, residents, as we know, become very engaged when they're passionate about something, but that also means they need that information. And so when they can find that really easily, the trust and their confidence in their decision makers goes up. And we want that. So we want to provide them information that is readily available as well as easy to understand. So that means it's in plain language. We're using graphics to support that as well to increase their understanding. And for Huntsville specifically, we looked at what makes us unique and what we need to address. And we know that we're a growing community, and what the public's expectation in terms of communications are going to continue to increase. And there's going to be changes to demographics and obviously new ways to engage, specifically through technology. So our proposal kind of takes that all into account.
So our vision for the town of Huntsville's communication strategy, it's our North Star. It's what we're aiming for. The town of Huntsville communications instills confidence and is the trusted source of municipal information. Our mission, how are we going to get there? Communications are going to be an integrated function of the organization, equipped to provide relevant and accessible communications to engage and inform the public. The strategy also outlines our pillars and how we govern ourselves. We are timely, we are strategic, we are transparent and accurate. The document in front of you also provides defining characteristics of each one of those and how we enhance. If we're timely, it's relevant and frequent. Strategic, it's purposeful and impactful. Transparent, we're accessible, and we have active listening. And we're accurate, we're always factual, and we always are informed. In the strategy, we have 3 pillars: proactive, stakeholder-first approach, and innovation. And for each one of these objectives, we also have actionable items. They're in the report. I'm not going to get into the actions today, but I can highlight those objectives. So proactive, communications is engaged proactively, creating a collaborative and cross-functional culture aimed at informing the public and staff. Stakeholder first, prioritize and understand our target audience to produce impactful communications that support our direction and innovation. We're empowered to change and evolve to reflect the industry practices and demands for service, supported through our data and measurement. And then lastly, we do go through each objective with actionable items. And we have a sample implementation plan for you. It's to demonstrate how we're actually going to complete each one of those actions, who's the lead, what year, and if there's any expense to budget, it will be brought forward in the budget process. I think that's it. Just like ended that very abruptly.
That's a lot of communication going on there.
Yes.
Do we have any questions around the table? Mayor Elcott.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and thank you both. I was really happy to read this because we've always identified communication as a weakness with, I'll talk about the council table and the previous council table and the one before that. It's always been a really critical issue that it's a hard nut to crack. So there's certainly language that I like when you talk about communications and we be the trusted resource for the community and plain language. And I think sometimes we often get caught because we don't use plain language and people then will interpret whatever which way they want to. So I think that's very important. And I won't go into all of it, but I quite like the direction. Where I do have a question, and that is, you talk about being proactive and working with each department, so trying to assess whether or not something will hit us in the face or whatever. I refer to that as issues management. We most recently had a situation where you two were incredibly helpful around issues management. So my question is, looking at the strategy, where does that fit? What's the trigger to engage? And just from a more sort of process perspective, how does that work?
Through you, Chair. It would definitely be incorporated into the implementation plan. There's definitely an internal communication plan that will be developed with various items. So that would be an objective of that. We would come up with a process of how best to address that internally and externally.
Through you, Chair. There's also kind of 2 paths for communication. There's more that I think what we're talking about with in terms of proactive is also just working, for example, with the strategic plan and really helping the community understand our goals. So there's those communication plans that are supporting really strategic objectives that we're being proactive and working across the organization with the departments. And then it's really establishing the process for those items and establishing a process that's more geared towards those reactionary items. But the better that we are at those proactive items, the easier it is for us to respond quickly to those timely ones as well.
Any more questions? Councilor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Armour, and through you. So first of all, obviously, my short time here, I think you guys have taken our communication leaps and bounds, which is amazing. And especially in light of Metroland shutting down, I think it's more important now than it ever has been. I'm wondering, have you guys looked into alternative to Facebook, like Instagram, X, Threads? I'm not on Facebook anymore. I know there might be some resistance to that, but I at this moment, Instagram would be where me and apparently a bunch of young people are there. They don't like Facebook and other stuff, but is that something that's not a good spend of time, or what do you think?
Through you, Chair. Again, strategic is what I want to focus on. There's a right time and a right place to deliver messaging, so there's definitely a use case for Instagram for sure. There's a use case for Facebook, there's a use case for Twitter, and we would need to adapt and evolve. So part of our plan talks about strategic. What messaging has to be specific for that social platform. So who we're connecting with on there would be specific, and the message maybe would change if we were putting it across all of them. Do you have any comment?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Part of our plan is also innovation. So this is a moment in time, and technology is quickly evolving. So that's also part of the reason why we didn't put a specific implementation plan, because it could be our ball and chain, really. So we don't want to go 3 years down the line, crossing off items that no longer make sense for the digital space that we're in.
Excellent. Councilor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Armour. Yeah, so I think this is amazing, and this is great because and timely too. It did come up at actually our accessibility meeting on Tuesday, just to things like the fact that I know to go to the Town of Huntsville website for bylaws, right? And most people do know. I mean, sometimes it is hard to navigate where exactly through that drop down. But when something changes in a bylaw, how do we communicate that? So. And I know I'm not really supposed to get into specifics, but one of the big things for us there was the change to the vehicle for hire bylaw, and the fact that there is now the court approved our ability to fine somebody $1,000 if they charge somebody with a disability. So how does our disability community know that, hey, I have that right now, and that is a Town of Huntsville bylaw, and that has changed in the last few months?
Through you, Chair, I can comment on that. Collaborative, cross-functional processes are key to having great communication. Knowing this is fantastic, and we can work on doing that. A lot of, as we move forward, there'll be specific communication plans for specific projects or initiatives. So if a bylaw is changing and we know it's going to impact a certain target audience, we can absolutely hone in on what that language is and make sure that they are aware of it.
And through you, Chair, part of what we want to do is also raise awareness about the communications function. So we do have a news section on huntsville.ca, but whether or not the community is aware of it and how they can engage with it may be lacking. So people can subscribe to specific issues, events and culture, roads, things that they want to stay informed on, and we're also looking at putting our efforts towards pushing that information outwards and making sure that we're building that subscriber list so that we can stay in contact with the community.
Excellent. I just have a comment. Your pre and post meeting communications going out are fabulous. You know, keep up the great work. You know, we just love them. Like,
But that was Monday night. I was sitting there at my dinner table.
We do notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
CEO would like to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So just really quickly, what you're seeing here today is a result of the investment that council made in supporting our team. And you're going to be very impressed with what you're about to see. So thank you very much for all of your support for making sure that we had the right resources in place to be awesome.
Thank you.
Well, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the gavel on to Councillor Morrison, who's going to take off corporate services.
Thank you, former Chair Armour, and as current Chair, Councillor Fitzgerald lets me know I have a lot of power. I think I'll suspend his privileges or something like that. Find out how powerful it is. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to corporate services, and we're going to start off with Keith Duncan. Keith Duncan doing a for information only report, number HR 2023-10, employee engagement survey results. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So before I get into the report that's in front of you today, I just want to again say thank you, a humongous thank you to all of our employees who took the time out of their work day or even their home schedule to complete this survey. Because without these employees completing the survey, we wouldn't have the data in front of you today to discuss. So I just want to open by saying, when reviewing the employee engagement survey results, it's important to remember to not look at what is in this report, but what you are going to do with the information that is contained within. So with that being said, this survey was completed this year from May 18th to June 2nd. We saw 81 employees complete this survey, and that represents a 44.3% completion rate, which is absolutely fabulous. This is actually a 3.9% increase in participation rate from the previous year's survey, which was conducted in late 2021 and early 2022. So when you look at kind of, the global averages when it comes to employee engagement surveys, the typical response rate you see for these sort of surveys is about 30 to 40%. And here at the town, we're just over 44%. So I think this is something to be very proud of, that we had that many employees take the time to complete our survey. So this survey this year, we had 35 drivers of engagement. So what a driver of engagement is basically they're called predictors of engagement internally in the employee population and are considered to be causes of higher or lower levels of engagement. Drivers are typically categorized into 3 levels that capture the greatest influence. So the 3 categories are job-related drivers, work area-related drivers, and organizational drivers. So in terms of the organizational drivers, so generally speaking, these drivers are rated the lowest out of the 3 categories of drivers. And typically, within the organizational level of drivers, there's different levels within it. There are some drivers organizationally that, ask questions in around senior management function. There's other drivers in that ask questions in around, line supervisor functions. So typically the higher the level of authority within an organizational driver, typically the lower rated that driver is. So out of these 35 drivers of engagement that we have at the town, the global average for these 35 was 70.4%. So again, this is a very favorable result. It is slightly down from the 2022 survey, just because we saw a decrease of 0.76% in terms of our grand driver average. But that isn't alarming in my opinion, just because we did this survey this year very quickly after completing our last survey. Typically when you do engagement surveys, you want a certain period of time to transpire so that you have time for the action plan items that were developed organizationally to take effect with the employees. So in some instances here, when we wrapped up the action planning process in the 2022 survey, really only maybe 6 months, maybe 10 months maximum for some of these drivers that have action plans developed for them were actually implemented for our employee population. So we're really not seeing the true fruits of our labor from the 2022 survey right now. So moving forward, next step in this process is the senior leadership team is going to be meeting over the next few weeks to review the engagement survey and identify drivers that we can develop action plans for. So the drivers that we'd be kind of concentrating on would be drivers that are rated lower on the...
Keith, I'm sorry to interrupt, but apparently we're trying to give you a message, and I think it is something to do with your mic.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
My apologies to online listeners. Normally my voice carries without a microphone, so I do apologize to our online audience today. Is this better? Okay, I got the thumbs up from IT, so. Okay. So yeah, so in terms of the action plan items, so the senior leadership team will be concentrating on drivers of engagement that were rated lower in our survey, and also drivers of engagement that have a very high neutral rating. The reason why you'd want to look at kind of the neutral drivers as potential areas for improvement, those drivers you could potentially see a greater influence in terms of if you put an action plan item there in terms of getting a favorable result with those employees. As well, at the same time as the senior leadership team looking at the organizational drivers and developing action plans, there'll be divisional employee engagement survey reports that'll be presented to each division's leadership team. Then in turn, the leadership team will discuss it with their employee population. And then at that point, there'll be divisional employee action plans that will be developed. And those action plans that will be developed divisionally will concentrate on the job related and work-related drivers, because the organizational drivers would be, the responsibility of the senior leadership team. Then once all of these organizational and divisional action plans are developed, we'll consolidate them, and then we'll report back at the end of this calendar year to council with our organizational action plans. And feel free to ask me any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Keith. Any questions from council? Councillor Stone.
Just a quick one. Did you, I know it's not reflected here because this is reflected as a whole, but do you separate out information, the surveys from different departments? Because I suspect a particular department that may be dysfunctional could skew your data.
Through you, Chair Morrison. Yes, as part of the, I guess, next step in this process, because right now I have brought forward the organizational reports, so I am currently in the process of finalizing the divisional reports. So each divisional director will get their report, and that'll be specific just to their divisional respondents. I can't, to be quite honest, even though we had 81 employees respond, which is very favorable. When you look at engagement surveys, a lot of times organizations that are doing engagement surveys, there are hundreds, thousands of employees that are responding. We need to be cognizant of response sample sizes. So the rule of thumb is you need about 8 respondents in a sample size to report back on that, because if it's any smaller, you cannot guarantee anonymity. So we don't break it down by then departments within the division. We just break it down by division. Then those divisional directors get everyone within that division. Sorry, let me rephrase. Everyone within the division gets the report, and then action plans are then created from that data.
Excellent, thanks.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Armour, and then Councillor Cloutier.
Thanks, Councillor Morrison. Just a quick one. So we did, the last one I think you said was 21-22, and we're doing one now in 23. When do you see us doing another one, or will we do another one during this term of council, do you think?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So depending on the timing of everything, and also depending on the direction the senior leadership team wishes to take this, the recommendation I'd be making at this point in time, we would do another one within probably a 2 to 3 year time span. We have a bit more time this time to really, develop the action plan items, implement the action plan items, and then see the action plan items actually start to take off. Like we wanted to do a engagement survey fairly quickly after the last one, just to kind of take a little bit of organizational pulse to see how we're doing, because in terms of, organizationally doing surveys, we're not really a survey culture here at the town of Hallsville with our employees. So we wanted to do this quick little pulse to see how we're doing, and then develop new action plans, and then let those action plans play out for a bit longer before we do one.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, sir. These are great. They do work. They take a long time for them to get implemented and see the end result of it. And Mr. Stone, I don't think we have any dysfunctional departments.
Maybe just council. That'd be about it. Council's dysfunctional. Any other comments or questions? Fitzy and I are fighting. Monty and Bob are fighting. It's crazy. Everybody okay otherwise? Okay, Keith, awesome report, you and Lisa and your team. I would say, I love that what you have now in front of you is a ton of data, and you guys, the data's in good hands. You guys are going to do some great things with that information, so that's awesome. Thank you, and
Thank you.
You're off the hook. Okay, moving forward. Our Deputy Clerk, Jessica Boyd, is going to speak, but before you get into the report, would you like to welcome our newest member of the Clerk's Department to the team?
I will at the next report. It's my report first.
I had such great direction from our clerk that I did not follow. Circle back. Now you know what it's like living at home with me. Just, I don't listen. Okay, so I have a motion to read, and then we're going to circle back and pretend none of that happened. I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour and seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas the Corporation of the Township of Perry has approved closure of part of the north half of the original road allowance between the Township of Perry and the geographic Township of Chaffey, abutting Lot 25, Concession 1, Township of Perry, described as Part 1 on a Plan 42R-22190, and further that committee has no objection to the above noted closure and approves the draft bylaw in accordance with Section 27(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as attached to Report Corp. 2023-32, and further that the bylaw be presented to Council for final approval. So I'll pass it over to Jessica to speak on that.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So as the motion describes, this is a closure being processed by the Township of Perry. We have original road allowances on all sides of the town, which are shared with our abutting landowners and townships and towns. So if that road allowance, contains a traveled road, then we have an agreement in terms of maintenance. If it is not used, then we deal with it in the manner that the township that's immediately abutting that portion would deal with any closures, and then the town of Huntsville would pass a bylaw essentially supporting that. So there has been no application received for the town of Huntsville half. This is entirely processed through the Township of Perry. They receive the application fee, and they'll be receiving the funds for the lands.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions from council on that one? Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thank you. Through you to Jessica. So are they closing half of the allowance? No, right? Just half of it, so, okay.
Yeah, so our portion is not, our portion isn't actually being closed. We're just allowing a portion to be closed at abuts hours, right? That's correct? Okay. Any other questions from the team? Okay, I will call the question. All in favor? That carries. You guys are going to be surprised at what I'm about to do here. So Jessica, before we get into this motion, would you like to introduce our newest team member to the rest of the crew?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. This is Marie Turner. She's our new Legal and Agreements Coordinator. So I am passing on some of my previous tasks on to Marie, and you will be seeing her here at the table quite a bit, like you saw myself.
Well, thank you. And Corey and I have gotten to work with Marie closely already, and we're very happy to have her on our team. It's been great. So for this one, I have a motion. And I'll make sure I read it from here. A motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that application RC 11-2023 HTE receive preliminary approval in accordance with Section 6.7 of the Permanent Highway Closure Policy, Development 11, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. I'll pass it over to you guys to explain.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So we received an application to purchase a road allowance leading to water. The applicants own the abutting property. Staff did not see any concerns with respect to the purchase. The applicant submitted a CPP amendment application to construct a single detached dwelling on the lot and convert the existing single detached dwelling into secondary residential dwelling unit. It was noted in the CPP application that 2 of the existing buildings were encroaching on the road allowance. As it's a road allowance leading to water, some official plan considerations were made, such as there are no existing trail systems in the area, which would link to the road allowance, and there are other public access points that lead to water. The applicants only wish to purchase the area they are encroaching, but that is the area that directly abuts water, so staff feels that it's necessary to purchase the entire road allowance.
Okay, and as you remember, that's in relation to the deputation we had earlier today. Any questions around the table on this? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and welcome, Marie. Nice to have you around the table. And I guess going back to the deputation, I know the staff are recommending the full closure. Maybe you could run through again why only doing half is not an option.
Sorry, I was just looking at the document as we're doing it. Okay, over to you.
Okay, through you, Chair Morrison, I'll just take that question. So when staff are reviewing these types of applications, we're looking, are they surplus to municipal needs? If that access to water is surplus to municipal needs, essentially the entire road allowance would be surplus to municipal needs. We would have a road allowance that led nowhere, would lead to their property, to their home. So that's why the staff recommendation is to purchase the entire road allowance.
Okay, Councillor Clark and then Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair. So I listened to the deputation, just like we all did. I wonder if partly the deputation was due to the fact of the cost that it was going to be to close the road allowance. I mean, I think I was seeing here, it was, I think it was $50,000 or something like that, right? That's a lot of money. So I'm sure that the cost was probably one of the major concerns for Ms. Beatty. I understand what you just said, Jessica, about why we wouldn't close half. So I'm just wondering if it wouldn't make more sense here for, and I don't know what Ms. Beatty would say, but it might make more sense to consider a license of occupation because the cost would be a lot less. They would still get what they need, and it wouldn't cost them as much money to get that. I know there's a lot of situations on Ravenscliff Road out that way like that. I've run across them many times when I've sold property out there. So anyway, just a thought, we can maybe talk some more about that.
Okay, Jessica, if you want to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. There is an alternative in the fees and charges bylaw whereby they can pay the appraised value, but it's up to the applicants to pay for that appraisal. If the cost per square meter is more than the appraised value, then it's the appraised value. Or if the cost per square meter is less, then it's the square meter cost. If I made sense there.
Okay, Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Corey took the words right off my computer, so. Hey, he didn't really, but I was saying the same thing. Thank you.
Is that the kind of classmates you guys would be, eh? Corey would just cheat off your test. There you go. Councillor Clark is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I quite often look at Monty's notes. Anyway, have we had conversations at all with the landowners about if a license of occupation is something they'd be interested in?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So we did advise the applicants that that's an option, but no, we haven't had any detailed discussions on what that would entail.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So through you to Jessica, the license of occupation would obviously be less than actual purchasing the road closure, I'm guessing. We don't know.
Jessica?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So the upfront cost would be less, but it's a yearly fee. So they would have to pay that yearly fee. It's over $1,000. So those costs do add up as well.
Okay, Mayor Alcock and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So I guess I'm wondering if we were to pass what's before us today, then it still gives you the option to go back, Murray, and say, but council did express some, there's no more option. What if they decide, well, we do want to do an appraisal, go that route?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So yes, if you approved it as it is today, they do have the appraisal option. That's in the fees and charges bylaw, not pertaining to the report. It's across the board. So that option is there for them.
And if I may, just so on the possibility of a license of occupation, does that take that off the table if we approve this today?
Correct.
It does take it off the table. Okay.
Unless they come back again. Deputy Mayor Armour and then Councillor Clark.
I think the mayor is looking at my computer. My question she actually brought that, so if we were to approve this today at the cost of $50,000 to close the whole thing, and then they turn around and do an appraisal, and it comes in higher, we're still at $50,000. So really, so how can we say, okay, they do an appraisal and it comes in at $25,000? We've already approved it at $50,000. So it's really takes it off the table, does it not?
So maybe it should be deferred. Sorry.
Through you, Chair Morrison. So the fees are determined by the fees and charges bylaw, not by what's in the report. The information that's in the report is just for your information.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I think we probably need to defer this so that we can give a opportunity for our staff to have more conversations with the Beatties to find out what direction would be best for them to proceed here.
Councillor Fitzgerald and then Mayor Alcock.
I think Jessica expressed that they did have that conversation with the applicant previously.
Sorry, could you elaborate on?
Did you make the applicant aware of the license of occupation option before this application came to us?
Yes, so we did tell them that to submit the application, and if it was denied, a license of occupation would be an option. They also did see the report. Is that?
Okay, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I would absolutely support Councillor Clark's suggestion we defer it. And partially, even if you had the initial discussion, it gives them, we had the benefit of the deputation today. So I think it gives you the benefit and the applicant the benefit to discuss all of the options and the potential way it could go here, there, and whatever. And then we'll come back with what the proposal might be.
Okay, Councillor Renwick and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Morrison. And just for clarification, why is it that we don't allow a partial sale of a road closure?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So as I stated previously, when we're looking at these closures, we're looking at, is it surplus to municipal needs? So if that waterfront portion is surplus, then essentially the whole portion would be surplus.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morris. I agree with our policy. Someone's benefiting with the purchase of land. They're increasing the size and the value of their property. If you want it, take it all. It benefits us in other avenues. So I guess I'm confused about our policy when we're doing this. Is license of occupation not in the bylaw as a desired thing to happen before the purchase?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So our license of occupation policy states that we consider a sale first. So we're considering the sale. If we don't proceed with the sale, then we move forward with a license of occupation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. I think if we go with a partial sale, we're opening ourselves up for a big can of worms and future negotiations with other things. So, I mean, it's like Mr. Fitzmaurice said, like the whole right away, because it's useless to us if not, and then somebody will bring this back to us later and say, well, let so-and-so do this, so.
I think our Chair of Planning has an opinion on that as well.
Well, yes, so I would agree. What happens if they only wanted, a a couple hundred meters in the middle of that road, and then we're stuck with these other parts. What do we do with those? It makes perfect sense that it's all or nothing, and here's what it costs, and you need to move forward. I'm happy to vote on this today.
Mayor Alcock?
If I may, just to, I agree, it's all or nothing. I think that are very good points, and I appreciate that. The reason why I supported the deferral was, and maybe what you're saying, Jessica, is the conversation was a bit longer around the potential of license of occupation than just that you have this potential. Maybe I'm flipping back. Maybe I'm ready to vote for it today. Yeah.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Morrison. Yeah, I'm ready to vote today, and for a lot of the same reasons around the table as Councillor Stone. I mean, what are we going to do with the other portion if we don't? Like, it's just not really, it's no good to us, right? And maybe the only reason I do a partial is if the other landowner on the other side had wanted that piece, and we've talked about, you know, two people on either side splitting. We've done that in the past, but I don't want to set a precedent where, hey, we're going to give somebody the waterfront portion and whatever with the other piece. She mentioned she knows there's 4 options in here. So she's talked all 4 options here are on the table when she did her deputation. She wants the 5th option, which is just the half portion, which I'm not prepared to do.
Okay, so I have a bit of an interesting perspective on this. I think being on the town-owned lands working group with Councillor Stone, we're trying right now to get rid of little pieces of land that we own. So I totally agree you don't want to sell the one portion and keep the other. I do feel that the Beatties are in an unfortunate situation here. They didn't build those buildings on the road allowance. Like, it wasn't, they bought the property, and it's not like they came to us because they wanted to, as affordably as possible, build a family home and not tear down a perfectly good building. And we all agreed around the table that that was a good idea. We didn't want structures being torn down or whatever else. And now when they went into the planning portion and started looking at applications, now they found out it's going to cost an extra $50,000 to build a family home. On the affordability scale, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It sounds a bit to me like gouging, and it's like, hey, all or nothing, we get $50K for the town, but it's on the backs of a family, you know? So I'd like to think that there's an option that's better. It's not like that they need this road allowance closed in order to build their home, you know, and we did approve the opportunity for them to build that home around this table. So whether it's a deferral or whether we vote now and I just voted no, but I think there's some digging that has to be done, because I don't want to say, hey, let's vote, and it's poor Beattie family has to pay $50K before they even put a shovel on the ground. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I agree with Councillor Morrison's comments. I'd like to provide every opportunity for the Beatties to have a moment of clarity and surety, that they know every option available, knowing full well that buying half the road allowance is not an option, that the option either be license of occupation or full purchase of the road allowance. I just feel that everybody has a fair shot at a moment of clarity, and I wouldn't vote no. I wouldn't vote for this motion the way it sits right now.
Mayor Alcock?
Okay, so I've fluctuated right back to, I would second that Councillor Clark's motion for deferral.
Now, I'll just ask one question of Jessica on this. Is deferring and taking more time going to adversely affect the Beatties' ability to build their home in the time they'd like to?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I would actually defer to Director Maxwell on that point. I'm not sure how this would affect their planning application.
Okay, but there's been no discussion about that. Kirsten?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I don't know at what stage they are with their approvals and if they've submitted a building permit, but I can look and see if there is anything.
Jessica?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So if you are leaning towards a deferral, I would just like some more information as to what information council would like us to look into.
I think I'll lean on Councillor Clark there a bit, because it's his motion, which I support. But what would you like staff to go back to the Beatties with? All options and costs and the appraisal option as well?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I think that for the purpose of the motion, I think the Beatties just are looking for ways to save money. I would imagine. So I'm not sure what that would entail, but I think, I just would like to make sure that they have the ability to make a informed decision about the future of their property. So somebody could maybe help me with that.
Yeah, and I think to add to that is just, I think they understand. I think our staff have made it clear to them the reason we're doing it this way is because sale is encouraged first, and then we look at license of occupation. So maybe if we're saying here that we would be okay with the license of occupation, maybe that's what Jessica then goes to them with, is looking at the feasibility of other options, knowing that we are willing to bend on sale only if we vote in such a manner. Okay? And I think it was Councillor Cloutier first, and then Mayor Alcock. And then the clerk is going to tell us, let's let the clerk go first.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Okay, so a couple of comments. One is that the money from the sale goes in Parks Reserve. All of it. That's one important note to say. The second thing is, so we're talking specifically this circumstance, or are we talking moving forward about a bylaw change overall? Because I believe the chair noted that he's concerned about encroachments on these type of things.
Well, I think in this situation, I don't think we'd change any bylaw. We would still always look for sale first, being the first option. I just think because of the situation they're in, maybe license of occupation is the better process or better manner, which is part of our bylaw. We're allowed to do that if the sale part doesn't work. Would that be right, Jessica? Our deputy clerk and clerk might tell us we can't do any of this, but.
Through you, Chair Morrison. So that is an option in the report that we put forward. We always, that's always an option if you choose not to sell the land because you feel it is still needed for municipal needs. And that would be the reason why you would choose not to sell it.
So council decides we don't declare that land surplus because it does lead to water, and we have a notion of never selling road allowances that lead to water, and that the better plan might be a license of occupation, is what you're saying. So perhaps, don't want to muddy the waters, perhaps if we go back with option 2 of the license of occupation and they don't accept that, they don't have to accept that, right? It's if they want their permit, they have to. Okay. Mayor Alcock?
And we know that the license of occupation is approximately, I forget what it's $1,000? What, or does it vary depending?
Through you, Chair Morrison. So yeah, the fees, it's a $1,000 application fee, and then we do, it's just over $1,000. I apologize, I don't remember, per year, and then it's increases year over year by CPI trend.
So nevertheless, that certainly is a much cheaper option. I know that over time it would add up, but that's a lot of overtime compared to 50,000.
Up front?
Yeah.
Councillor Cloutier and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. I'd hate to see their building permit get held up on this. They did come to us a while ago with this. Somehow I'd like to see them be able to start on their home and this problem be resolved in a time frame, short time frame, that'll give them time, but at least, I don't know whether their plans, whether they would like to start next week or in the middle of the winter, I'm not sure, but I would hate to see them not be able to start their home because of this hold up, because it's an issue, but it's not a gigantic issue on their property that can hold them up.
Yeah, and I think I'll go to Tanya, and as you're speaking, Tanya, I'll ask one question to that is, the reason we're here today is because they took out a building permit and they have structures on a town-owned road allowance, so we're not granting the permit because of that. Would that be correct? Is that the reason they're being asked to buy the land?
That would be the deputy clerk question.
Yes, so that it is a condition of their planning application to close this original road allowance as the encroachment was noted. And because it's a road allowance that leads to water, staff don't approve those. That's why we brought it forward with the recommendation.
Okay, and there's no grandfathering of the fact that the buildings were there for so long or anything else? There's not an option?
we deal with these when we notice them, particularly during planning applications. So this is when we deal with those situations.
Okay, I'll go to our clerk.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I have an idea. Would committee allow us to table this at this moment so the director can speak with building and perhaps Ms. Turner can go and contact the applicant from this morning? Can we just table it until the end of this meeting?
Yes, I'm okay with that, yeah. Let's table it and get some answers and come back.
The only thing, I think, if the applicant was pretty firm on wanting to purchase and we're slowing it down, potentially, perhaps maybe they're like, no, we would prefer to just buy it. So if we can just contact them and allow the director conversation with the building department, and we'll have more information before the end of the meeting for you to make a decision.
So there might be a solution we're not thinking of, is what you're thinking? Or-
Perhaps they
yeah.
just would like to purchase it and they not interested in the license, and we might be able to provide that information for you before you make your decision today.
I'm okay with that. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Armour quickly and then Mayor Alcock.
Thanks. It was along the same lines. I was thinking that more, get the license of occupation now, so they can get their permit, so they can get shovel in the ground, and maybe revisit this in a year when they're better financially secure to be able to purchase it for the cost.
And that could be something that comes out of the time that we're tabled, right? They could, if they decide that Deputy Mayor Armour's option is something they'd like, then that's something that'll get discussed, right?
The issue with tabling, correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't address it, doesn't it just fall off the table?
Just
So
for
if I-
today, yeah.
Yes, if I can, Chair Morrison. So if we have a mover and a seconder under the chair, and we can just table it at this moment, keep going with business today, and then bring it back up at the end of the meeting when we have some answers.
Okay, and we'll go Mayor Alcock and then our CAO.
Okay, and I don't have a problem with tabling it for right now, but it's sort of curious, Jessica, you just reminded me that, in fact, it was part of the planning application to stop up and close this, right? It was conditional on closing it. So not conditional on entering into a license of occupation. Does that change that direction? Does it matter that it wasn't dependent on, conditional on a license of occupation? Or the condition before us is they had to close it?
Through you, Chair Morrison, I believe a license of occupation would satisfy that condition. As I said, our default is sale, which is why the condition was drafted that way. If we've come up with an alternative, I would defer to Director Maxwell if she disagrees, but I believe that would satisfy that condition.
Okay, I believe we're over to CAO Corey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So just to remind committee that we are sitting at general committee today, so any decisions made aren't ratified until the end of the month. I always worry, I'm very respectful of the recommendation made by the director, but I also worry a little bit when we really start to rush things and we're on the 11th hour during a meeting. So if it's not ratified until the end of the month anyway, would it be reasonable to have this matter deferred directly to council so we can have all the answers at the end of the month?
Okay, if that's satisfactory, that's fine. And then so we would not vote at all on it today, is what you're thinking?
So, well, we do have a recommendation in front of you today, so there'd have to be some decision. I'll leave that up to the clerks to explain what that decision is. If it's in a policy currently that the first point of action is sale, do you feel that it's required that we have a resolution that excludes that, or whereby that's in the policy, where council or committee supports proceeding with a license of occupation? So but again, I'll leave it up to the clerks to explain procedure, but I do believe we need direction today, then it be brought directly back to council the end of the month.
Yeah, and I think the avenue we go, if we do go on license of occupation, is that committee determine that the land is not surplus. Right, Jessica, I believe? Okay. So after all of that, Tandy, would you think that we should still table? I'm not against that as an option, because we do still have some items on the agenda.
So the CAO is correct. We can do that as well, but we could have an answer for you today. So it's up to committee what they would like to do. Either they can table it, and if I can go back to the Deputy Mayor's question about falling off the table, I don't think I actually answered your question. And I'm sorry about that. It's just hitting me now. If the motion was tabled today and it didn't come back up at the next meeting, then it dies. That's not what I'm referring to, because we plan to bring it back up at the end of this meeting. So committee can do either. They can either table the motion at the moment, we go and see if we can find out, by the end of the meeting, it comes off the table and you can address it, or we can do what the CAO just mentioned, but it would be a motion either way.
Okay. I'm just going to throw my own opinion. I like certainty, and I like the idea of tabling it for today, coming back with an answer by the end of the meeting, if possible. To CAO Corey's thing, we don't want to rush it, but if it's a simple call and a simple answer, then we can go out of this meeting with a clear direction, which I'm a fan of. Is anybody okay with that? We can't ask that question. It's kind of straw-like, but would that be a motion? Do I put a motion to table?
Yes, Chair Morrison, you need a mover and seconder to table?
Okay, I have a mover of Mayor Alcock and a seconder of Councillor Schumacher that we would table this motion and to be brought back by the end of the meeting today. Is that all we need? Yep. Okay. Councillor Clark?
It would be all in favor, Chair Morrison.
Okay. So call the question. Well, there is no discussion. Call the question. All in favor? Now, when it comes back at the end, can Councillor Clark make a comment?
Through you, Chair Morrison, at the end, when it comes back up, you can have another discussion.
Okay. So Ian, you're in luck. We wore everybody down before you get down here. Won't be any questions for you. Okay, I'm just going to make sure I'm at the right spot after all of that. And we are moving on to report number Corp 2023-53, expansion of shared services to include GIS from Ian Parker. And I am going to read the motion. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas the Township of Lake Abays has requested geographical information services to be included in the share services agreement. And whereas the town of Huntsville is experiencing a requirement for additional GIS staffing to support current and future initiatives. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to amend the current IT services agreement with the Township of Lake Abays to include geographical information services upon approval of the 2024 draft budgets, and further that staff be directed to amend the insurance coverage for the additional services, and further that the manager of corporate information be authorized to hire for the following 2 full-time additional positions, and that all costs associated with the new positions be budgeted for in 2024 as follows. GIS technician ×2, hire upon approval of the 2024 draft budgets. 2024 and beyond, operating budget for 2024 include a net increase of $33,393 in the corporate information's budget. And further that, the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the amended agreement. After all that, I'll pass it over to Ian for discussion.
Sorry about that long one there. In respect to your time, I won't go through all the benefits of the town. It's been documented in the report itself. But I do want to note that as projects and teams and departments are coming to me, we are definitely seeing a trend where GIS is becoming a key element in a lot of applications and a lot of systems, including ones you wouldn't necessarily assume. Things like asset management, things like that are starting to come up where they want to actually map where they are in the organization as opposed to just that they exist in the organization. And that ultimately feeds into some of the applications that we'll talk about. So right now, obviously, it's heavily used by building and planning department within this organization. It's also used by Public Works to help out with their planning, things like that. But what's coming up is where a lot of the drivers coming from. So I know Director Ivicki talked to you this morning about some Public Works projects that are coming down the line. I don't want to get into the details. I'll let him take that amazing couple of projects that they're looking at, but they are heavily based on GIS. They're dependent on a quality GIS system and quality information at the base layer to help them provide their information, provide their reports, and provide their outputs that they need. On top of that, we've also got fire is dependent on GIS. So there's a new application that they are deploying called First Do. So that is their fire management solution. It covers off both their assets, their infrastructure, as well as their planning, their call-outs, their reporting is all built into that. It ties into dispatch and those elements. That application as well is GIS driven. So its base layer for what will be in the trucks, what will be available to the staff, is all drawing from the town of Huntsville GIS information. That information will include things that could potentially come from building permits, so structural diagrams, things like that. It can draw information out of district as to where fire hydrants are, where things are closed, if there's any water problems. It gets into where they can do water pickup and things like that at the end of roads near lakes, which I won't get into too much. But that being said, there's a lot of drivers that way. And for the GIS department here at Huntsville, we've been lucky. We've had a fantastic person for a number of years, I believe about 17. But as a result, we still only have that one GIS person, and we're asking more and more and more of them. So that was where the pressure from Town of Huntsville was to look at bringing on additional staff. Coincidentally, at the same time, I was brought into a discussion at Lake of Bays, and they specifically asked us whether Huntsville would be able to assist them on their GIS implementation. They do not have staff. They're looking to do it. They're looking to us as experts, and in the reports that we've done and the integrations that we're doing, and they were looking for our support. Going down a plan of a shared services like that, it does help out the Town of Huntsville in a number of ways. One is it manages some risk management components. So we have a single staff member. If they are not here, if they are sick, if they choose to find other employment, we are out both that person. We've got some ramp up time, but we've lost a lot of institutional knowledge as part of that. So there's a lot of risk management to get a succession planning and things like that to bring additional staff into the team. As I mentioned, vacation coverage is important. When that person is on vacation, all GIS functions come to a stop during that time period. And as they're becoming more senior, that amount of time continues to grow. The other thing that we're not doing efficiently is we're not splitting up our junior and senior roles. We have one person covering off both data entry as well as project management and integration planning and outreach to other organizations. That's not particularly efficient that we're paying for somebody at a senior level, but we also have them doing junior work. It also gives us the opportunity to expand our knowledge, bring in new skill sets, maybe new leans, new thoughts, new processes that you always get with new staff, and that always will benefit Huntsville as well. So when we look at the shared service option, what we were looking at, obviously we talked about we're looking to hire 2 additional staff. That layout would basically work with one person that would sit at Huntsville, one of those people would sit at Lake of Bays, but they are not considered actively only Huntsville or only Lake of Bays. The goal is they will continue to cross over. They will have experience at both sites. That gives us both that vacation coverage, and if there's staffing changes, we have coverage from that perspective. They would be all overseen by the corporate information manager, and the manager would then shift to a role of architecture, design, project implementation, and away from some of those day-to-day tasks that they're doing right now. Billing-wise, we looked at that as sharing that cost, unlike the IT portion, at a 50% rate. And that is driven by the fact that we're dealing with geomatics. It's how much area there is, how many roads there are, how much land there is. It's not driven by heads, and the township Lake of Bays agreed with the 50%. So that's covering all operational and the capital expenses that between the townships at a 50% rate. And that's already been agreed to. So in the end, what we've got is, I feel we're producing a cost-effective solution. It allows us incremental growth, because in this scenario, we're bringing on a 0.5 FTE as an expense into the Huntsville area, and we can continue to grow it at that smaller number. Otherwise, we'd have to bring them in at a full FTE, because hiring for 0.5 FTE for skilled jobs like this would be nearly impossible. Outside of that, mitigate some of our risks, and also just deals with some general efficiencies. One of the things that they brought up is they like some of the reports that we're already doing and some of those layouts that we're doing with our items, but they're also looking at some new reports and dashboards as well, and anything that we create in one area can also be brought and imported into the other area without having to do all that design and implementation and testing the second time. So there are some benefits that way. Outside of that, I am open to questions.
Thank you very much, Ian. Questions around the table? Ian was hoping for none, but we got one at least. Councilor Renwick?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. And to you, Ian, thank you so much for the report. So we're looking at 2 GIS technicians, but really we're sharing all 3 GIS staff members and their related costs between Lake of Bays and Huntsville, correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is exactly correct.
And just to follow up to that then, and you're saying that if we have somebody in Lake of Bays, somebody here, is the third person a floater, or, but you're saying they will work at all locations, right? It's not just. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. That senior position would float back and forth. They'd have responsibility for both sides. That being said, something that I didn't necessarily clarify in my discussion, it is in the report, is we would actually be bringing the GIS layer together. So between Lake of Bays and Huntsville, we would actually have the same GIS infrastructure, and that's mostly being driven by the first due application for the fire. The key is, of course, that as they move over their lines and those staff members, volunteer or otherwise, need information from both sides equally, and to get an application to draw from two disparate systems would be challenging to somewhere between challenging and impossible. So there is some value in bringing them together from that perspective so that we can feed the same information out. But that doesn't necessarily impact what we produce on our website. So if you go to TOHMS and you go to one of the websites, that would still only provide Huntsville related information, just as it would for Lake of Bays would only provide Lake of Bays information. But because it's brought together, we have the capability to produce combined information that we wouldn't otherwise. And certainly once we're starting to talk life-saving components, certainly time and active and quality information is key.
Okay, great answer. Over to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. A very brief comment. And thank you for the presentation, Ian. It really clarified everything, and it's just such a win-win. And when we talk about shared services, this is the way to do it, by integrating it this way. And so kudos to you for negotiating this. This is great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Over to Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Morrison. Yeah, I'm totally in favor of this. So if we say yes today, we're already looking at our 2024 budget, and then that will be reminded that we've already said yes to this when it comes to like November, December discussions.
I'll let you answer that.
Through you, Chair. The answer is that this is basically, I'm bringing it to you as a discussion point for your approval. It'll become a line item in my budget for you to say that will be an increase. It's going to look a lot higher, but of course there's going to be some cost recovery in there for those components.
Over to Councillor Clark, and then the CAO Corey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it'll be a line item on our budget, and then council will have the final approval of that with the budget as presented, right? But I think this is a great arrangement, and it's going to help keep our costs down, and it'll help us get the ability to get things done for less money, which is, in this day and age, that's a win.
That's a big win for Corey. There you go, which is good, which is awesome. Over to CAO Corey.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm that with respect to the staffing request, it will come through with all of the staffing requests that are coming for 2024, and it will be part of that consideration process on which, if any, staff we move forward with.
So it doesn't mean that today we're hiring 2 new people. And first, the budget process has to get through Corey and I and the team, and then it comes to the council table. So you may never see it. Who knows? Councillor Cloutier, just kidding, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Like this, what's happening here too is going to help immensely with the new, how would we say, Mr. Kivy, equipment that hopefully we can get for our operations department coming forward next year. That would basically save us an employee on our side at least with this new stuff on the operations side. So.
I'd agree with Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. I'm a firm believer in shared services for sure, and like we all know, we mentioned public works over here, and each municipality has their own public works, and then district has public works. But anyhow, so I'm tough on the cost. I know we're going to have a very tough budget coming up in 24, and this is just adding to it. But I think it's a good spend that we're going to benefit from for a long time, right, Ian?
Through you, Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
That was a very hesitant question, Dan. And I guess to put it in a bit of perspective, the reason I'm excited about it, our district members and Mayor Alcock, when we did our tour around the district, we ended up at the paramedic building in Bracebridge. We're in that one room where Chief McWilliam was showing us, like on a screen, they knew where every ambulance and every vehicle was. I got ushered out because I was asking too many questions. I thought something happened I wasn't allowed to know about, so I got kicked out. But I was blown away by the information at their disposal, how it helped them be so efficient. It was amazing. So for $33,000, I think it could be really, really great. So with that, I will call the question. All in favor? Carried. Look at that, Ian. You were nervous for no reason. There you go. Okay, moving right along. Next, we have Director Frame coming up regarding report number Corp 2023-63, sponsorship and dedication policy review and update. And I will read the motion. Moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that committee approve the sponsorship and dedication policy, including appendices A through E, as attached to report Corp 2023-63. And further, that the commemorative naming working group, in accordance with Appendix E, be struck, consisting of the following individuals: 1, department manager who maintains the asset; 2, economic development officer; 3, manager of facility operations, sales and customer service; and 4, Councillor Jason Fitzgerald. And further, that the working group will dissolve at the end of the 2022 to 2026 term of council. And further, that budget and financial -11, sponsorship and dedication policy, be repealed. With that, I'll pass it over to Director Frame.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I'm sure you all remember in May of this year, staff were directed to prepare policy for the naming of municipal facilities and to include it as an appendix to our existing sponsorship and dedication policy. So as part of this process, we undertook a full review of the overarching sponsorship and dedication policy to ensure that it, along with all of the programs that were included as appendices originally, are consistent and cohesive with one another. So essentially, we wanted an overarching policy to tie everything together in a nice package, right? And to make sure it's as comprehensive as possible. So the new overarching policy is attached to the report and includes items that are not specific to any one program that are listed in the appendices. So in other words, the terms that all of the programs need to follow is in the overarching policy. That overarching policy includes definitions for terms found throughout all of the programs. It includes policy statements and objectives and provides a scope to clarify who and what the policy actually applies to. So the overarching policy provides general conditions that will apply to all sponsorships and or dedications throughout all of the programs. So with respect to the appendices, Appendix A through D really didn't change. So these included the existing programs under the policy, and they included the exterior furniture sponsorship and dedication policy, so the benches, the Adopt an Artifact program at Muskoka Heritage Place, the interior seat dedication program at the arenas and the theater, and a general program and event sponsorship program. So there were administrative type changes to these appendices, so things like formatting, rearranging paragraphs for consistency, and some additional clarification in those appendices, but the programs themselves didn't change. So Appendix E is the new naming of town assets program that we were directed to create. The new policy or the new program includes 3 naming streams. So the first is the purchase of naming rights. So this happens when a business wants to sponsor a town asset. So things like the Rogers Centre in Toronto, right? So this stream will bring in some additional sponsorship revenue that doesn't currently exist. And I did want to point out here that the policy says that the revenues will be recognized through the general revenue of the town, unless it's directed by council for a specific purpose. So this actually provides some flexibility in how the revenues can be recognized going forward. Since all of the naming must be approved by council on a case-by-case basis, the direction of the revenues can be done on a case-by-case basis. So it provides a little more flexibility there. So the second stream in this program is commemorative naming. So this happens when the town wishes to honor exceptional contributions of a particular individual or organization to public life or the well-being of the people of Huntsville. The process for commemorative naming is included in the program, and it includes meeting specific criteria around, okay, what was the contribution? It includes public consultation of at least 30 calendar days, a review and recommendation by a commemorative naming working group, which is in the recommendation today, and ultimate approval by council. So I did want to point out here that the type of consultation is not necessarily set in stone, and really depends on the type of asset that's being named. The last naming stream is actually just a combination of the other two. So it's a combined naming rights and commemorative naming. So the process for this combined naming really depends on what stream happens first. Whether sponsorship or the naming right happens first, that's going to dictate a different process than whether it's commemoratively named first and somebody wants to sponsor it. And that's all outlined in the policy. So there is a section regarding renaming of commemoratively named assets, and really that should only occur in exceptional circumstances. So there is some language around renaming in the policy as well, and the process for that. So lastly, the policy includes a table showing all of the town assets proposed to be available, both for the purchase of naming rights, for commemorative naming rights, or commemorative naming, and for combined naming. So which assets does it make sense to have which type of naming for? So there is a table provided in that. And that's everything specifically that I wanted to say, so I am available for questions.
And we have a couple right off the gate. I didn't see whose hand went up first, so I'm going to go to the right, to Mayor Alcock, and then over to Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair Morrison and Reba. Thank you for the report. It was as thorough as one would expect from you, for sure. And this is, I don't know, it's kind of subjective, and that is the table at the last part. And with the column with respect to available for purchase of naming rights, and I'm assuming a check means it's available. And I just, again, it's subjective, but I don't see renaming Algonquin Theatre. For me, that's, I don't know. I put that out to the rest of council because I'm assuming if we have a little check beside it, then that we're saying to the whoever out there, it's available. And I'm not comfortable with that. That's just me.
Reba, then.
Yeah, so through you, Chair Morrison, I think the intention of that one was that there could be a name added in addition to Algonquin Theatre. It could be the business name Algonquin Theatre, right?
And I sort of assumed that, so I was imagining the, Henry Ford Algonquin Theatre. Algonquin, whatever. I'm still struggling with that one, but I understand that it would be in addition to. So maybe I have to just get my head around it. I don't know.
Reba?
Yeah. And through you, Chair Morrison. So I think specifically with this naming of municipal assets, every single naming, whether it's the purchase of naming rights or commemorative naming, must be approved by council. So if there's anyone that applies for sponsorship of the Algonquin Theatre, it would have to come to council for approval.
So it has to be, and I get that, and that's really important. So, and maybe that's fine. I just, the little check means that someone could absolutely apply, and there'd have to be a pretty good reason why we would say no. Because presumably if it is that, it's going to be the biggest sponsorship around, right? It'll be the biggest. Anyway, just comment.
Yeah, and I think that could be that one, or the Summit Center would be some of the big ones. But I think when the Algonquin Theatre got named, it was a double meaning, right? Obviously for the Algonquin people, but was it also Algonquin Automotive that made part of they weren't involved at all? I thought they were. Okay, that was just a rumor back then when I didn't know much. So I'm going to go to Councillor Cloutier first.
Through you, Chair. Where does existing contracts that we have right now at this time fall under this?
So through you, Chair Morrison, existing contracts as in the commemorative naming?
No, like when on the sponsorship, right, as far as their advertising at the arena on the boards and all that, where does this fall into this? Simone can.
So
go to Director Babineau or Reba? Reba?
Yeah, so through you, Chair Morrison, advertising is specifically excluded from this policy. So it has nothing to do with advertising on the boards or anything. We're not naming the boards after the people.
Okay.
It's advertising.
Because it's a sponsorship, whatever. Okay, I was just looking for clarification for that. Thank you.
Okay. And I believe Deputy Mayor Armour, and then Councillor Renwick, and then Councillor Stone.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Morrison. Just a quick one. So there'd be a time frame, like you would buy a naming rights for 1 year, 10 years, 15 years, right? And the theater could be the Hugh Mackenzie Theater. But anyway, that's just my thoughts. Bye.
Okay, Director Frame, anything on that?
Yeah, so through you, Chair Morrison. Yeah, so the purchase of naming rights are not indefinite, so it would be a case-by-case basis, and it really depends on the asset that's being named and, you know, the number of people that may be interested in that naming, right, might dictate how long that agreement be for. So yeah, there's nothing kind of set in stone in the policy that says it has to be for 10 years, it has to be for 5 years. It's really dependent on the type of asset and the sponsor and how long they're willing to sponsor to, right?
But you have made it clear that it would be a definitive period of time. Yeah.
For the purchase of naming rights,
Yeah.
yes, it is a finite period of time. It would be under an agreement. Commemorative naming is indefinite.
Yeah. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. And through Chair Morrison to you, Riva, the discussion that we've had earlier about communication, are we communicating this out to the public, saying that we have buildings and places that are available for naming rights, that like to purchase naming rights? Is that something we're going to advertise? Mm-hmm.
So through you, Chair Morrison, absolutely, but the policy hasn't been approved yet, so we're going to wait till that happens to do that.
And be prepared for some phone calls, Corey, when that happens.
Yeah, that's right.
Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I agree with the mayor, and I personally would like to see Algonquin Theatre taken off the list for the ability for naming, but, you know, I was reading through here, and I recognize that you do have the appropriateness of not just if it's something like cannabis is not allowed, but an appropriate naming, like Billy's Septic Pumping Theater, you know, we have to make sure, so we have to make sure that, so who decides what's appropriate?
So, through you, Chair Morrison. So the commemorative naming working group actually is only for commemorative naming, not for the naming rights. So there would be, you know, staff would have to assess the level of appropriateness before recommending to council to move forward with that naming. So all naming would have to come through a staff report with a recommendation as to whether to move forward with it or not, and or to enter into an agreement for the naming rights.
That prevents us from having the Fitzy Summit Center, so that's good. Councillor Fitzgerald.
You know I'm not all about me in any shape, way, or form. It's all about community. I don't think I would agree with removing the Algonquin Theatre. What if we have a patron of the theatre that says, I would like to name the theatre in honor of my aunt for 5 years, and they're going to donate $1 million, but give it to the theatre. So everything's on the table.
I think to that end, I think there'd be everyone around the table would agree on always maintaining the Algonquin Theatre name, like that Algonquin should never be removed. However, we did speak to some stuff about combined names, you know, so. And
just to follow up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Some of the comments are offensive around here today.
It's the chair setting the tone, I'm apologizing. Councillor Renwick.
If I may just reply to what Councillor Fitzgerald said, it's not, the money would not directly go to the theatre, it would go to the town. Oh, you have so much power, Councillor Fitzgerald, yeah.
Yeah, and if I can respond quickly to Councillor Renwick, Director Frame and I did have a discussion about that. If you remember back when Mayor Alcock called our housing summit, a housing meeting we had back then, one of the suggestions I had made was naming rights, and that I felt that any naming rights revenue should be put towards social causes like affordable housing. I feel the town will be more amenable to us naming like really iconic facilities if the money goes into helping the most vulnerable people in our town. So but it's a decision of council, but that's my direction I'd like to steer it in, is that we'd like to have that money go towards helping out with affordable housing. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So, very interesting report, and as you can see just from around the table today, anytime we do anything good, there's sometimes things that aren't so good either at times, and I think that you'll see over time, this will be a good thing, but it's going to produce a lot of conversation around this table as far as what will happen, what will be named, what won't, all those type of things. So that's something to keep in mind as we go forward with it.
And I'd say that's why they pay the Chafee Ward councillor the mediocre bucks. So there you go.
It's true.
Mayor Alcock?
Okay, just my final comment. I accept what I've heard, and yes, I'm partial to Algonquin Theatre, but I have heard the comments. It is what I suspected it would be, something plus, right? But I guess most importantly is, and you've got this in the policy, Reba, which is check and a balance, right? So it's not like, okay, we're just going to go ahead, here's $1 million, and then it's done. But there's a working group, and then there's council. So with that, I would support it.
Councillor Schumacher?
So again, just clarity. The working group is for the commemorative, not for the purchase of naming. So if somebody comes forward with $1 million, I would hope, though, we would still have to come to council and have that conversation. I know it doesn't say in here, sorry, just let me finish. I know it doesn't say in here that there is a term necessarily, but I do like that it isn't with purchase of naming also ongoing. I realize like Scotiabank Arena used to be the ACC. It used to be, so it does kind of run around through and yeah, the hope would be that forever it isn't somebody just because they gave $1 million one time.
Director Frame?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So yeah, just to clarify on that. So every single naming has to come to council for approval. So the purchase of naming rights, there would be a staff report with a recommendation as to whether to move forward with it or not, and council would have to approve or deny. And specifically on the term, it was left sort of open-ended in the policy, but it does say in the policy specific to naming rights that it not be indefinite, that there is a finite period of time. It just doesn't specify what period of time, because it could be different for every asset.
Okay, I appreciate that, and then I do appreciate that we do have a committee that's looking at the commemorative piece, because that is very important to the aspects and the history and what that means. And I noticed that Deputy Mayor mentioned Hugh. Well, he's in England, so I think he's trying to get away from Hugh not actually hearing him say that.
Okay, any other questions on that? I will say I'd like to thank you, Reba, for such a great report. I was reading through because I knew we had the chair agenda review with Corey and I kept making notes of the questions I have to answer. By the time I got to the end, I had no questions because it was so well done. So in between that report and Pittman's Bay, I missed most of the Blue Jays game. And that's a compliment because I had a lot to read. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? I guess. Thank you, Director Frame. Now we're going to have Suzanne Diller come on down. It's like the Price is Right. And Director McKenzie. I didn't see your name on here, Julia, so I don't think you're allowed. You got to, sorry. It's not on my agenda. This is regarding report number Corp 2023-65, user fee update 2024, 2024/2025, and I will read a motion. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that committee approve the 2024-2025 fees and charges schedules as attached to report Corp 2023-65, and further that staff prepare the bylaw and forward to council for consideration. I'll pass it over to Suzanne or Julia, changing the rules.
Sorry, I'm really throwing you off, Chair Morrison. I just wanted to formally introduce Suzanne Diller. She's been with us for a little while, and I think you guys have seen her, but just wanted to make sure that everyone, this is our new Deputy Treasurer, and she'll be presenting this report and working through the budget with us.
Thank you. I'm here this afternoon to present the 2024-2025 proposed user fees. New this year, staff have prepared the 2 years of proposed user fees. The schedules attached to the report have all been reviewed and updated by town staff. For 2024 user fees, the first year of the bylaw, it is being proposed to increase most user fees by CPI trim 3.6%, which is the direction included in the budget and financial controls policy, as well as past practice of the town. For 2025 user fees, the second year of the bylaw, it is being proposed to increase user fees using a 10-year CPI average, which is 2.4%. For any user fees listed for 2026, an increase of 4% has been estimated, and that these will be updated in the 2026-2027 user fee update. In general, most user fees were increased by these amounts unless there was a specific reason to do so otherwise. For example, to keep rates consistent with the market, newly created fees, rounding amounts for easier processing of payments, or fees already significantly changed in 2023. One thing to note is the current 2023 user fees were omitted from the proposed schedules because of the new formatting. For reference, that information is included in links in the report. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any questions on the user fee schedule for 24-25? See, Fitzy, such a good report. There's no questions. Deputy Mayor Armour, there you go.
Thanks. Just a very quick one. I noticed under the shinny hockey, it goes from September through to April with the extension of the ice. Is that going to be changed at all, or?
Good question. Director McKenzie?
We might need Director Babineau to help with that question. But one thing I should note is that previously some of the schedules in community services were from June to July. And we have now moved all those to a calendar basis. So that's why you'll see one kind of catch up where we've looked at that to make the adjustment. So going forward, we won't have that same second or I guess third column in the fee schedule.
I guess Director Babineau, would you speak to if we're going to have a schedule for July and August for Shinny?
Through you, where we at? Thank you, Chair. We are going to update those with the next version, so that with the next season, because we do usually have that June-July issue, so those prices will continue and then just change at the new year. So we'll be updating those fees every January instead of doing that in July going forward. So that is starting in '24.
But this is a 2-year cycle, right? Okay. But you can make changes as we know more from the next year. Okay, perfect. That answer your question? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, with that, I'll ask the question. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Suzanne. All right. Now we're moving on to Director McKenzie with a report number Corp 2023-59, 2024 budget guidelines, and this is for information only.
This is the easy one. So this report provides an overview of the 2024 budget process and provides committee with the general range for the levy increase to be brought forward when the draft budget is presented by staff. Based on the budget policy, the tax rate change can be 3.6% to 7.2%, and that's based on July 2023 CPI trim. So this will equate to an approximate increase for the net levy of 4.6% to 8.24%. So that would be the range for the net levy. And based on the above points, the allowable range of total levy increase for 2024, including both capital and operating, is estimated at $900,000 to $1.6 million. So MPAC was initially scheduled to release an updated assessment data in 2020, which was expected to result in some significant increases in assessment. Due to COVID-19, however, this release was further delayed and is now not expected to be released until further notice by the province of Ontario. As a result, the only assessment changes will be for new growth when we contemplate the budget, which will be realized for 2024. And at this time, we're estimating it at $43 million. And just to note that that results in approximately $200,000 in net levy. The capital increase of $615,000 was proposed in the long-term capital funding plan to build funding for existing capital. It should be no surprise that the cost to maintain our infrastructure has increased significantly. Construction projects across Ontario have seen very large increases and overruns over the past couple of years. And I think even one was just noted last at council about a district project. So the proposed increase for 2024 is expected to be higher than originally anticipated based on the updated capital costs. And we will present this to committee in October for the inclusion in the draft budget. There are several other factors that will impact the 2024 budget. There were decisions made in 2023 that will come back in 2024. We had 2 full-time positions that we funded one time from the MAT. We also had COVID recovery funding that was brought into income in 2023 to reduce the levy, which will impact funding in 24 by almost $500,000. And we've also had several positions that were approved in year, which equate to about $400,000. In addition to the above, there are several other factors that create budget pressures. Most significantly is the increased cost for services and products and contracts across all the divisions, given the inflation that we've experienced in the past couple of years. So the timelines attached to this report provide an overview of significant budget-related events. This list is not exhaustive, and if other meetings are required, we will certainly add them. These timelines are in line with past years and aim to have council pass the 2024 budget by the end of January. And it is important to note that passing the budget in a timely manner really does allow for early tendering for significant contracts, which hopefully will result in better pricing and availability of the contractors. This also allows staff to move forward with their 2024 operations and capital projects. Just to note, as I'm sure all the district councillors are aware, the district is planning on adopting their budget prior to the end of this year, and other municipalities in Muskoka are also aiming for earlier budget adoption. So what's next? So next month, the Human Capital Report will be presented. This will provide an overview of salaries, wages, and benefits, or human capital, over the prior year, for example, changes over the prior year. So COLA, union increases, WSIB, CPP, as well as new positions being proposed in 24. Staff have already begun working on operating budgets and are reviewing each areas for what is needed to provide the services to our businesses, residents, and visitors in 2024. The capital budget preparation is also underway, and the 2024 capital budget and 5-year forecast will be presented in late October. And lastly, just important to note, the consolidated 2024 budget will be presented on November 29th for committee's consideration and discussion.
Thank you, Director McKenzie. And I see we have a question from Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you, Director McKenzie. Perhaps my question is a bit unfair, but since you raised it that all of the other municipalities and the district are moving to adopt their budgets earlier, do we have any sense as to what our proposed range, how it compares to other lower tier municipalities at this point?
I don't have an exact number what the ranges are for other municipalities, but in speaking with other treasurers across pretty much Ontario, it's going to be a challenging budget year for everybody. So I think most municipalities are being faced with the same challenges, making sure there's enough resources, and also dealing with the impacts of inflation.
I appreciate the answer. I'd heard that from at least one other lower tier in Muskoka, that it was also a tough budget year. Any information on that is really helpful.
Great. Any other questions around the table? Well, seeing how that was for information only, you are now off the hook. Thank you both. All right. More to come on all the fun budget stuff. We are going to go on to the next report, which is for information only as well, which is from our CEO, Denise Corey, CEO-2023-7, Lakeland Holding Limited, 2023 second quarter shareholder update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Nothing to add. The report's just for information. It's just a regular reporting quarterly process. Thank you.
Was there any questions on the report that was given on the agenda? No? Councillor Stone?
I just noticed that the amount that we're getting as our portion doesn't seem to be increasing at all. Do we know why? Can we?
Thank you for the question. I can speak to that briefly. I know it was actually spoken about last year at the annual update as well as this year. And just to, again, offset increasing operational costs that Lakeland may have, they're just being conservative in the dividend amounts. Obviously, the revenues that are generated by the company are to our benefit, whether they're in our hand or remain in the investments. So I think they're just being just very cautious with respect to the increase in operations and the economy, and are just being a little bit careful on how much is being released at this time.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was in this one or last one, though. Okay.
Okay, any other questions for CAO Corey on that? Good question, Bob. Okay, so circling back to the item for Ravenscliff Road, I don't know, Jessica, if you want to speak to it or if I should just read the motion? Come on over. Sure. Marie and Jessica will take the table back. Okay, so I do have a motion, and then I'll let you speak to it. We need a mover and a seconder. I guess I should read it before you commit to it, guys. We could be selling town hall. It is recommended that committee pulls report Corp 2023-56 RC/11/2023 BD ORA closure 4063 Ravenscliff from the table. Could I have a mover and a seconder on that? Mayor Alcock is mover, seconder, Councillor Cloutier. So Tanya, you got that? Okay, and I'll pass it over to you guys to explain what I just said.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So I spoke to the applicant. She's not interested in doing a license of occupation. She's okay with purchasing the entire road allowance. And she was actually very grateful for the care and compassion that council took into considering the cost that it could be.
Okay, so I pulled it, so I bring it back into play so we can look at the original motion.
Yes, if you can read the original motion,
Okay.
Chair Morrison?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I almost understand what we're doing here. So the original motion is moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Mayor Alcock. It is recommended that application RC 11-2023 HTE receive preliminary approval in accordance with section 6.7 of the Permanent Highway Closure Policy Development 11, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of said road allowance. I think after all we just heard, I can call the question. Is there any other comments or questions on that? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? Perfect, and great job by our staff to navigate that. That's amazing. And I guess I didn't call the question on the pulling of the report. Should I call that question now, or did I mess that up? Did I call the question on that? Okay. I just do things in my sleep. All right, perfect. All right, there we go. I'm never going to be allowed to share anything ever again. And I think now I pass it on to Mayor Alcock to take over as chair. I pass you all the power. There you go.
Thank you very much, Chair Morrison, and to all of the chairs today. A really fantastic job from everybody. We had a lot of issues to get through, and that's great. So I'm moving right back to new business, and we have 3 items. The first one being the Muskoka Watershed Financial Request Deputation 6.1. And I believe we actually have prepared a motion that I wouldn't mind putting on the table, and then we can have the discussion, if that's okay. And do we have it here? We're looking. We need just about a minute. And yeah, and could you replace the 15? Okay. Are you printing or are you putting it on the screen? We're putting it on the screen. Thank you. And I do have, I believe, Deputy, I'm going to put your name in, and, okay, I'm just putting your name in. Okay, good. I did actually, I know, I had the power. I love the issue of the power. That's so great. All right, okay. So I have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone, whereas the Muskoka Watershed Council has recommended that an advanced form of integrated watershed management be implemented in Muskoka to drive all aspects of environmental management and land use planning. And whereas a collaborative approach is required for the success of the project, including financial contribution. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff be directed to include in the draft 2024 operating budget and an amount up to $10,000 for council's consideration. So that's the motion. And I will turn it over to council for comment or questions. Councilor Morrison.
Fully support the motion. It's critical. Two things. One, I would say that without our natural environment, we don't have much tourism. So is that not something we could bring out of the mat tax so it doesn't hit the levy? And also at some point, we need to sit down and review our mat tax policies so we have percentages to certain things so we're not gouging at little bits. But I think I could justify that money coming out of the mat tax because it does affect tourism. If our lakes are full of blue-green algae, then no one's going to come to visit. So just a thought.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Before I go to anyone else, their request was for 15,000. Everybody should know that. I unilaterally changed it to 10 because I wanted support from this table. And so maybe I should have kept the 15 and then let everybody else make that decision, especially if we're going to consider using the mat tax, because then it doesn't put it on the levy, and which would be brilliant. And I strongly believe that we need to be part of this. So I don't know, I've already done it. I made that change. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll let others just comment out now that I've made that change. So Councillor Cloutier and followed by Councillor Renwick. Yeah. Okay, and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Through you, Chair, Mayor. I just want to make sure, does that qualify from the mat tax? And if it does qualify from that, then I would suggest going up to 15, and you getting hold of all your counterparts elsewhere in the region and matching it. But I just want to make sure that it does qualify.
Yeah, if I can speak to that, with your
Yes,
permission.
please.
We don't have the same restrictions that HMATA has. Like we can spend money on affordable housing, we can do things that we want to do. So if Director McKenzie doesn't correct me, I would say that we would be allowed to spend this money.
If we make the linkage directly to
If we
tourism.
make the linkage. And when you tell your counterparts that we gave 15,000, they don't have to know where it came from.
Right, exactly. That's a good point, too. Director McKenzie, would you like to respond? Or Director Maxwell, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. I was just reviewing the policy actually to see what we are and are not allowed to spend things on, and I don't see that it would fit necessarily with this first initial review, but it's something that we can, if council does approve the motion, we can look at it through the budget process, but I don't think it does.
So would it be possible for us to tweak it? If we think there's a connection, as Councillor Morrison has suggested, with the intent of our policy, you're saying, Director Maxwell, we might be able to tweak it? We have that kind of power to tweak the policy? Director McKenzie.
I'm just wondering if we can, if this is being looked at to be included in the draft budget,
Right.
then at that time, we could bring forward more information.
That's a very good recommendation, yes. And so right now, it's just whether or not we would consider it as part of our 2024 draft budget. And how we do that, we can discuss at that time.
Yeah, and I would say I would be with Councillor Cloutier, I'd be willing to up it to $15,000 if it's to come into that area.
Okay.
And I think Councillor Stone and I would probably agree that there wouldn't be anybody around our board table that would disagree with us spending money on the watershed. If HMATA needed to agree for us to tweak the policy.
Okay, before Councillor Stone responds to that, because I did have a lineup, and I think I went to Councillor Renwick and then Deputy Mayor Armour, and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I would also agree with, I'll let you guys finish.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Thank you. Good one, Councillor Renwick.
I would, we're getting punchy here. I know it's late in the day, but I would agree with Councillor Cloutier in increasing the fund. I think this is something that is absolutely imperative to our tourism.
Yep.
I think that I would even propose 20,000, to be honest, but let's stay with the 15. I think that there would be a way of looking at it through the HMATA, but we're looking at our funds, not the HMATA fund, correct? Like the
Right.
70% that we get.
That we, or 50, or whatever, 38%.
Sorry, it's the
that
other
we
way
get.
around, yeah.
Yes,
Sorry,
right.
it's the 30 or
Yes.
40.
Right.
30?
Whatever.
Whatever.
We're looking at that
Right.
portion.
So I do support, and I think it's imperative. It is part of our tourism, for sure. If we don't have clean lakes, we're not going to get people here anymore. So I would highly support that.
That's terrific, thank you. And now I'm going to Deputy Mayor Armour and then to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not that I disagree with it at all, but I think my only reserve is the fact that I'd hate to be the only municipality that's going to fund this. And I think we need to have something concrete, not only in the motion, that ties other municipalities to possibly put in, or direct them to go to the district to get equal funding from all municipalities. Because I hate to see us putting $15,000 or $20,000 into it and have no other municipality in Muskoka fund this. So
I'm in response to that, I think I totally hear you, what you're saying. I'm not sure how we can direct other municipalities, but I do know that Lake of Bays and Bracebridge are incredibly supportive, just for sure. So,
because in the report, I believe there was close to $130,000 altogether they were.
right,
So.
right. I think that, that's also looking at district contribution as well. And they're looking at, as Jeff pointed out, they've been able to carry out a lot of their function on the shoestring budget because they work on Love Your Lakes. They work on specific initiatives where they have received some other small grant money and they're smaller programs. But to his point, the integrated watershed management is like no other project that has been done. They basically act as a conservation authority, but they have absolutely no powers behind them, and they don't have the funding of a conservation authority. So I think what that list was is saying this is how we could use it if we get all of that. Anyway, I hear you. I'm not quite sure what the wording would be to direct us to direct other municipalities. Do you have
Yeah, I don't know if I really have wording. I'm just have that little bit of reserve in me because of that. They hate to see us being, but if you're confident that Lake of Bays and
I'm confident Bracebridge and Lake of
Bracebridge
Bays.
that are,
I'm confident with those two, for sure. Yeah. And district. So, yes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I was going to just say some of the exact same things that Deputy Armour just said. I question a little bit why they wouldn't have gone to the district first with this. And I heard that, but I still think that that would have been a better place to do it than go to each individual town, just what I think personally. But I do support the idea. I'm a little bit concerned they asked for 15, then it turns to 20 another year, and then down the road it turns into another amount. So, but I agree with the importance of it. We all know our lakes are important. I would much rather see it done through the MAT fund for sure, but however we need to get there.
Appreciate those comments. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think we need to lead by example here. If they end up at the district and we were the first ones on board to contribute money and we think there's other municipalities or townships engaged there as well, then it sends a clear message. So I'm all for it.
Thank you for that. And to your point, Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Armour, you have absolutely rest assured that I will make my views known with my colleagues on this. And I actually have met with both the mayor of Muskoka Lakes and Councillor Burry from Muskoka Lakes. And I'm meeting them with members of the Watershed Council to work on private funding options that Councillor Burry had put forward. But I'm convening those meetings. So I will most definitely vocalize what you've said.
Oh, go ahead.
Councillor Stone.
Not recognizing me. So yeah, I agree that our natural environment is our economy and it needs to be protected. I'm just thinking that there's no definitive use for this money yet. It's just, hey, let's make a pot of money and then we'll decide how to disseminate it. It's so I'm not all in. I'm happy with the $10,000 at this time. I'd also like to note that the MAT funding, that's not just a giant pot of money. We want to use some of that for housing. And many other great projects too. So it's not just an endless pot that we can just keep picking from.
Thank you for those comments, and I hear you for sure. No question about it. And the one thing that we're in consideration of this motion now, we're considering this funding for this year. And nowhere in this motion do we say in perpetuity that this will be an annual payment. I think that if Watershed Council had their druthers, they would have that. But they didn't ask for that today. I think right now they're trying to get this project up and running, and they do need the support. So I'm just speaking on their behalf. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I am totally in favor of this, and I guess I would say I'm in favor of the 10,000 if we are looking at it from a budget levy perspective. If we are looking to mat tax, then yes, let's maybe go up to 15. But yeah, I don't want to necessarily dip in too much. As Councillor Stone said, we don't exactly know where it's going, but I do know it has touched our community. In my little lake of Longs Lake in Utterson, is blue-green algae has just risen. So it is there, and we do need, and that is one of our public beaches that we do need to protect. And so I want to see the work done to be able to combat that.
And appreciate it. And on blue-green algae, MWC is the only organization that's been doing research on algal blooms and for the last, since we started seeing them in Muskoka. So back to the question around 10 or 15, I think what we're saying today is just generally saying, could we put $15,000 in the draft budget? At that point, we'll determine whether or not it can come out of our MAT funds or go on the levy, and then we can decide what the right number is. But today, it's whether or not we can actually include it in our draft budget and for further discussion. So yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a final comment, but I would have to completely agree with Councillor Fitzgerald saying that we are leaders. We should be leaders on this. And I think if Huntsville are on the table, if we are the ones that are saying we're going to do this, I think other communities will look towards us and say, look at Huntsville, they're doing it. I don't think we have to worry that they won't. I think they want to keep up with us. And I think this is so, so important. Yeah. It's not just, we're talking about our lakes in this community. And I think it is, I think we should be very passionate about it. So I think we should try and find a way to go 15,000. I'll still say 20, but I'll go 15 for now. Yeah.
Very much appreciated. Okay, I think I read the motion that included the 10,000. So I have a motion to amend that has been moved by Councillor Cloutier and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended. Okay. It is recommended that the amount of 10,000 in the third paragraph be struck out and be replaced with 15,000. All those in favor of the proposed amendment? And all those opposed? Okay, 2 opposed. All right. It carries. And so now I will call the question on the original motion as amended. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right. And that carries again. Thank you, everybody, for that. Much appreciated. All right, so we are now moving on to item 9.2, which is a follow-up to the Hope Arises Memorial Tree. And I guess the reason why we're following up on this is to approve to plant it. We're approving to plant it, and are we approving a particular location or we have a motion? We have a motion. That's even better. I have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas Hope Arises Project Inc. has received a donation for the planting of a birch tree in a public space in honor of the children lost and the resiliency of the survivors' families and communities connected to the residential school system. And whereas it is the desire the tree will act as a symbol of unity, truth, and hope for our community, and whereas the tree will be called Hope. Now, therefore, it is recommended that committee directs the operations staff to work with Hope Arises Project Inc. in a location of respect for the planting of hope. Questions? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
There's no mention of a plaque of any kind, recognizing what the tree is about. Is that part of the whole process?
Could be.
Because I think with the tree
I don't
would
think
prob-
Joyce raised that, but
Yeah,
it
there's
could.
nobody mentioned it, and, you know, I personally, if we're gonna plant this, we need to have a plaque there recognizing what the tree means for those walking by and protect it somehow.
I totally agree. I think that's great. Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald?
I fully support that. I would say, rather than a plaque, we go with a granite stone in the grass that can't fall susceptible to plaques that get.
So maybe we just add an item that some way of commemorating.
I fully agree with that.
Oh, well, this would be us doing this as opposed to Joyce asking us to do this. So when you do that, I'm assuming that that's, that's what that means. I don't, yes.
Thank
CAO, Corey, are we running it, we're running
No,
amok
you're
here.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
We just need some clarification. Thank you, Chair Alcock. So if we are proceeding with a commemorative such as the stone, we just need a funding source, what account it's to be taken from. Because
How about we just direct staff to consider that and then come back to us with what that looks like? Is that all right?
That sounds great to me. I'm just thinking of I know we're talking Rivermill Park and such, but maybe another location for this might be right out front of Town Hall where we already have our rock with our mission.
We do, but I think the
motion.
motion actually is directing staff to come back with a location and options for, so I think that's probably sort of where we were doing, right? We have to plant the tree. So we were planning to plant the tree, Colleen, like soon, right? In the next 2 weeks. End of October, by the end of October. Okay, so what the motion was directing staff to work with Joyce to plant hope. So let's do that. We can add one thing and come back with the idea around, and that can be a very simple request, right? But let's not hold up planting hope, okay? So a tree be called Hope, and committee directs Operation That to work with Hope Arises Inc. in location of respect for the planting of hope, right? And further that, staff be directed to come back with a proposal for recognition. How's that? And staff be directed to come back with a proposal for recognition. Okay, good. Right, excellent. What? Is this Fitzy over there doing something? It is something. This is really, okay. Fitzy's in trouble. Okay, all right. So we've read that. I've now read the motion. Any questions or comments? No questions or comments? Okay, Jessica wants me to hold on one sec. I wanted to get through this one. Oh, and I have a motion to amend. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that the following be added to the last paragraph. Staff come back with a proposal for recognition. Comments, questions, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. So I'm now calling the question on the original motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Jessica, for putting up with us. And now, finally, our last item of the day, 9.3, is the Eclipse Walk with Life downtown installations. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion with respect to that? Okay. The computer's thinking, okay. Is there a hard copy? Ah, I can see it. I can see it. Do you want me to read it from there? I will need a mover and a seconder, so I'm going to a mover. I have Moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone. Whereas the Huntsville Lake of Bays Chamber of Commerce has provided a presentation requesting approval for 7 light installations in the Huntsville downtown core, namely 1 Kent Park, 2 King Street King Street Walkway, 3 Town Dock Walkway, 4 Town Hall Huntsville Civic Square, 5 IDA Drugstore Alley, 6 Algonquin Outfitters Wooden Penny Alley, and 7 Town Hall Walkway. Now therefore, it is recommended that committee approves the chamber initiative as presented in principle and directs staff to work with the chamber on the installation in 2023. Are there any questions or comments with respect to that? I don't see any around the table. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And I have the final motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Renwick. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 3:09 p.m. All those in favor? And that